concetto di design deve colpire l'anima.
Design is not about shapes and beauty, but about impact on society.
Design is so diverse, and we can really help with our way of thinking, design thinking.
It can reflect the change of our cities and the change of our streets and our urban environment.
Un diseño que contribuya a mejorar, ¿no?, la sociedad.
Buenos días, señoras y señores, y bienvenidos.
Indeed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this very first edition of the DesignEuropa Talks. My name is Helen, and today, here with my colleague Daniel, we're going to accompany you and make sure that you enjoy the whole day to the fullest.
It's a great pleasure to warmly welcome you all, distinguished speakers and esteemed participants, here at the EUIPO campus in Alicante. And we're very proud of this campus.
We are, in fact, now more than ever, because only yesterday the EUIPO building was named the most sustainable building in Spain, a great achievement indeed, and the ideal backdrop to host this inaugural edition of the DesignEuropa Talks. This very special event has been organized by us here at the EUIPO in collaboration with our neighbors, the World Design Capital Valencia. Thank you for your interest and for joining us here today.
And in keeping with the times, of course, we are not only joined by the many guests here in Alicante, but we're also joined online by design enthusiasts from all around the world, so a big welcome to all of you. We hope that you all enjoy the show.
We do indeed, and it's really fantastic to see that our DesignEuropa community is growing all the time, and we have participants from literally all over Europe. As this amazing event will be recorded for posterity, please take a few moments now to read the data protection information that you can see behind me.
That one. As you know, our DesignEuropa Awards take place every 2 years, where we celebrate the excellence in design and design management among the registered community design holders.
Indeed, but we didn't want to make you wait 2 whole years until the next ceremony. Hence, today, we'll give you an exciting day of motivating talks from our DesignEuropa Awards community, our previous winners, finalists, and jury members, and other great speakers who have supported our successful initiative during the 3 previous editions of the DesignEuropa Awards that were held in Eindhoven, in Warsaw, and in Milan.
And now, let's just go back to these ceremonies and have a quick look.
We're proud and super happy. We want to thank the jury, and we want to thank EUIPO for making our life easier so we can focus on making great products rather than bureaucracy.
This award and these kind of initiatives make us feel a bit less alone.
So this is design and innovation creation.
Look, Helen.
What?
Goosebumps. Really. That's mostly because of Marco and his speech last year, which was absolutely amazing. So many special moments, and we're looking ahead at an amazing day today. World-class speakers and some really interesting presentations and discussions.
Indeed, they are really, really amazing. And we're going to start today with 2 panel discussions. First, we're going to hear about design education, and then we'll move on to talking about the challenges and opportunities in the design industry. This will be followed by a presentation on the new European Bauhaus Initiative.
And after the lunch break, we will be discussing the impact of design on the value of your business. And later on, we'll have the opportunity to get to know the EUIPO a little bit better and see firsthand what we do here.
Well, all of it.
No.
Everything.
I hope not everything. Almost everything.
Finally, the previous winners and finalists of the DesignEuropa Awards will take the floor to share with us their success stories. So, without further ado, let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally open this first edition of the DesignEuropa Talks, please give a warm welcome to the Executive Director of the European Union Intellectual Property Office, Mr. Christian Archambault.
Thank you, Helen and Daniel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the EUIPO today for the first ever DesignEuropa Talk event. And for those of you who are visiting Alicante for the first time, bienvenidos. Design is a vital motor of economic growth and job creation. Now, more than ever, Europe's designers and design-intensive companies, both SMEs and large companies, have a key role to play. In today's progressively digital environment, as we adjust to the new post-pandemic reality, against the backdrop of a global energy crisis, high inflation, and the geopolitical instability brought about by the invasion of Ukraine, IP rights continue to be important contributors to economic growth. This is especially true for designs and their role in today's digital and technological society. 100 years after the original Bauhaus movement found new solutions for a new era through German modern art, design, and architecture, today the Commission's new European Bauhaus Initiative looks to shape future ways of living that answer the wider challenges we face today by asking design, art, and culture to work alongside modern science and technology. We live in a world where digital fashion, NFTs, and the metaverse are now common parlance. And this new innovation environment offers many opportunities that can only be seized efficiently by leveraging IP rights, such as the registered community design that we manage here at EUIPO. In this digital ecosystem I have mentioned, many of the actors are small and medium enterprises. However, while SMEs account for 99% of EU businesses and employ a huge number of people, fewer than 1 in 10 of them have any form of registered IP right. That is a lost opportunity, since SMEs that own IP rights generate 68% more revenue per employee than those that do not. But here we can help. EUIPO has launched, together with the European Commission, a range of initiatives to support small businesses, including the SME Fund, a grant scheme of up to 47 million euros. Design registration fees at national, regional, and international level are included in the SME Fund, so please keep this financing help in mind when you consider applying to register your design. The SME Fund has already reached over 33,000 SMEs since it was first launched in 2021. At EU level in September last year, we passed a milestone of 1.5 million design applications received at EUIPO. This shows the importance of design protection, but although design is very important from an economic point of view, especially today given the current economic outlook, it is also intrinsically important. It is part of what drives us and what makes us human. Design influences our thoughts, our belief, our behavior. In the creative industry, it is said that good design is invisible. But I would take it a step further. When design is well done, it is invisible, yes. But when design is exceptionally well done, it takes your breath away. Either with its beauty or with the message that it conveys, ideally with both at the same time. And we should never lose sight of this, even when we are thinking of design as a strategic tool to generate value, reinforce competitiveness, and achieve success on the market. This year, 2022, is the year of Valencia World Design Capital, and the perfect time to put the focus on design and to raise awareness on IP protection in the design community. Hence, this DesignEuropa Talks initiative, where we will highlight the effective use of design and how its protection can help drive economic, social, cultural, and environmental development. We may even have our breath taken away by some powerful design. And next year, we will celebrate the 4th edition of the DesignEuropa Awards with 2 categories that are open for applications and nomination: small and emerging companies and industry. The Lifetime Achievement category is reserved for designers with a significant body of work developed over the course of a career who have had a significant impact in the field of design. The nomination and application period for this new edition of the DesignEuropa Award opens today, 20th October 2022, and it will run until 10 March 2023, and I encourage you to apply. And with that, I wish you a very interesting and inspiring day, and hope that you enjoy this event's DesignEuropa Talks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Archambault. Since we have such a big audience, you should also be aware that the event will be conducted fully in English and that there is simultaneous interpretation in Spanish available for those in the room.
Is there?
Yeah, there is.
Muy bien, me parece.
Ah, que sí.
Claro que sí. Now, you may not know this, but Einstein famously said, it's a quote,
Really?
yes, you know how I love quotes. He famously said that education is what is left once we've forgotten what we learnt at school. But you can't forget what you don't know. So education, of course, must start in school, in colleges, in universities, and especially for our future designers. Here in Europe, we have over 4,000 universities and higher education institutes, offering courses that cover every aspect of industrial design. But, and I know you ask yourself this often, how does this connect with education in IP, in intellectual property?
I make myself that question every morning.
I knew you did.
Yeah, before coffee, absolutely. Our first panel will be focused on design education and IP protection, necessity or desire. Please welcome on stage our moderator, Mr. Kari Kivinen, our education outreach expert from the European Observatory on Infringement of Intellectual Property Rights, right here at the EUIPO. Kari, the floor is all yours.
And thanks for citing Einstein. He was an innovator, and we are going to innovate and discuss about the design education this morning. I have a pleasure to have in the panel maybe the 2 most representative persons on design education in Europe. And I would like to start by inviting on the floor Isabelle Verilac, the director of the International Innovation Site, the Design of Saint-Étienne. And she has this long CV, but I will say the most important thing today, she's the president of the BEDA, the board of the Bureau of the European Design Association, and she represents here 800,000 designers. And it will be interesting to hear your points of view on the design education. And the second, Christian Kellerin, the honorary president of the Cumulus, which is the largest international association for design, art, media, and design institutions. And they have over 350 international institutions which he's representing. But he's also innovator, executive director of the École de Design à Nantes, Atlantic, which is kind of reference for design education in France and internationally. And he has opened branches in China, India, and Canada, Brazil, and there are future plans. And it's going to be interesting to hear your views. Please, let's start our discussions. So, 350 design universities, 800,000 designers. And I would like to open this session by saying that we are not going to be modest this morning. Not at all. We are going to be speaking about design education, reform, transformation, the skills for the future. Next year is the European Year of the Skills. The role of the intellectual property in the design education, a transformation of the places of learning, which is linked to the new Bauhaus project, socially and ecologically responsible design, and challenges and opportunities of the metaverse, like it was said in the beginning. And personally, I'm really disappointed if in the end of this session we have not found any ideas to save our planet and our humanity. So let's start. So, Christian, let's start with you. I have read from the Cumulus site that the Cumulus connects these institutions to exchange knowledge and best practices and elevates a positive role of designers and artists, creating sustainable and human futures for us all. A lot of words. What does it mean? And could you please tell also about your own design education school philosophy? You have an interesting concept.
So I've been president of Cumulus 10 years ago for 6 years. And Cumulus is an international platform, international association, gathering now 357 members. What is interesting and what I've learned when I was president is something, quite interesting, quite shocking for 357 members and 357 definition of design. So it's very difficult to explain what is design, because we have some members who are coming from arts, we have members coming from engineers, we have members coming from architects, we have members coming from applied arts, and we have even members coming from business schools. So it's very difficult to say exactly, to give a definition of design. So, but I will tell you what is my definition of design and how I order my own school. I am the president of a French school in France for 20 years, and really, at the beginning, I had the intuition that it was exactly the type of school of management I would have dreamt for me. Definitely. What is a designer? It's someone who can gather around the table the engineers, the marketers, the philosopher, the sociologist, the artist, and make them work on something for tomorrow. This is a school of management. In France, we are coming from applied art, and we were a school of applied art. Now we are a school of innovation. We have passed from creation to innovation. So we have passed how to imagine the future to how to build the future. Because the question is not to imagine the future. The question is to build the future. And the designer is definitely responsible of that. Unfortunately, by the same time, design has become a strategic discipline within companies, because companies need innovation. And it has become strategic. So, what is the job? What may be the global definition of design? It's to represent the world of tomorrow, to make it real, to make it objective. It's the world of tomorrow, so it's not real. But when you draw something, you make it real, you make it objective. So, objective, you give a sense. And of course, the sense is to live better tomorrow, at least. Desirable, and the notion is desire is fundamental, because you know the words of Aristotle in English, okay? desire is the only driving force. Desirable and acceptable. And if it is acceptable, you have some market. And in my school, design must lead to generate added value. We work with many companies to generate added value. This part is fundamental, definitely. Unfortunately, as I told you, we have passed from an industrial paradigm. The companies were sat on. It was the paradigm of Taylor, how to do better and better what we know how to do, to another paradigm. What I can do, otherwise, other things, other products, with what I know how to do. So we have passed from the paradigm of quality to the paradigm of innovation. And the designer will become the key person for that. Definitely, I'm sure of that. And designer will occupy, in the years to come, probably the top strategic position. I'm totally convinced of that. Totally convinced of that. So, my school, I am in Nantes. In Nantes, in France, so this town is totally unknown on the map of the world. So, beyond Brussels, nobody knows where is Nantes. It's a real problem. So you may have 1,500 students in Nantes, you will never be seen on the planet. So I decided to create some branch in Shanghai. Because when you send some French students in Shanghai, 30 students, 40 students, you are seen by all the planet, because all the major agencies of design are in Shanghai. So 1,000 students in France and 50 students in Shanghai, so the recognition comes from Shanghai. And formally, it was the occasion for my students to spend 3 years in France, the skills, and 2 years abroad, with one objective. The objective was not to educate global designer in a global world, but French designer in a global world. It's fundamental. We are sat on culture, and we need to create with our own culture, enriched by the culture of others. When I welcome some Chinese students in my school in France, I tell them, the purpose is not to become a global designer in a global world, a Chinese student in a global world. This is different. So I opened a branch in Shanghai, then in Pune, in India, and then in Sao Paulo, then in Montreal, and I created a school in Cotonou, in Benin, because probably, Africa will be the continent of the 21st century. Just for the introduction, and to finish my introduction, I like the words of Elsbeth Gerner Nielsen. She was the past rector of Danish University in Kolding, and she said, the companies of the 19th and the 20th century ask themselves how to make some product technologically possible and profitable economically. The companies of the 21st century will ask them how to make sense. It's fundamental. And I do feel that the designer will be the person that makes sense.
Thanks, Christian. To be noted, designer is a person who makes sense.
Exactly.
And it was a good starting point. Isabel, you are running the PEDA, and the vision of the PEDA is for design to be embraced in Europe as a driver of sustainable growth and prosperity. Could you open it a bit and tell about your interesting school where you are having this design education, you have kind of experimental labs, and then it's also linked to the Biennale, the The floor is yours.
Thank you, Carrie. And thank you, Mr. Archambault, for this invitation. I'm very happy that we have this collaboration. So I will answer first as BEDA president, so the Bureau of European Design Association. So we represent 54 members from 88 countries, so it's why it represents many designers, members of our members. And since more than 50 years, the BEDA is working closely to the European Commission in order to push design in the European policies, and as you say, as a driver for growth and prosperity. The previous president, and I'm happy that we have two previous presidents here, Robin Edvan and Pavita Kokalio here. They have worked a lot, and by the past, so the BEDA board produced a manifesto to explain design as a driver for growth and prosperity. Now, I'm following the path of Pavi, and we are working closely to all the initiative launched by the European Commission. So, for example, and for sure, the new European Bauhaus Initiative, so BEDA is one and the first official partner, and we are still in contact with all the team of the new European Bauhaus. And we are also following other initiatives, more technical, like the advanced material with a manifesto, and also other initiative like the Pact for Skill for CCI, for the cultural and creative industry. So our objective is really to make the link between Europe, the European Commission, and the designers on their daily life. So it's why, as BEDA, we are pushing design in order that all the initiative could serve the designers and the design, but also to use design as a process, as a methodology for collaboration in order to create this future and this new life. So our axes are for sure climate change. It's an evidence and an urgency to work on this topic. It's also digitalization, and we are working on this way to help the designers to follow this transformation, this green transformation and this digital transformation. So it's why IPR is crucial in order to follow this transformation. In the same time, to keep European values. So it's why we are thinking and on what we are working at BEDA. Then, if I turn my hat as a Cité du Design, so Cité du Design is a member of BEDA, and it's also a school, art school, a school of art and design. So we are part of Cumulus also, and BEDA and Cumulus are two organizations working very closely in order to mix the students, the teacher, and the professional. And it's so 3 activities in this Cité du Design. The exhibition, you talk about the Biennale International Design, but it's also regular exhibition. And the third activities is to support the companies and also the public sectors to work with designers. And it's really interesting because on the same place we have these 3 activities, so it's easier to mix and to collaborate with all the target. I would say an example of what we are doing. So our school is completely different and complementary of Christian school because it's a Beaux-Arts school. It was created in 1803 under the request of the textile companies from the region, and especially the ribbon textile, to have some draw. So it's now the design is moving, so it's art and design, it's draw and users. And maybe also a particularity of our school is to switch now on design policy, as Saint-Étienne is a city of design, UNESCO city of design. So we are working very closely with the public sectors. And an example, and what we are thinking really relevant to have more collaboration between the schools and the professional is to have concrete projects coming from the city. So thanks to our politicians who allow us to have experimentation really in the city, including so the students and also the professional. So it's a way to have more contact, a new way of education. Another example, just to, and after we could come back on this topic, how to connect more students and professionals. We have an experimentation called Fabicol, and we integrate in the courses of the students a project with local companies on materials and know-how. So it's at the beginning of the year, the local companies present what they are doing, and the students choose some companies and propose some ideas, and it's under control of the IPR. And we could show the prototype during the exhibition, like the Biennale, for example. So it's really integrated this connection with the companies in the daily day of the school. And the last point, because we are a public school, so we don't have sandwich courses, so we are experimented yet this type of collaboration with companies. I think it's a way to increase the awareness of IPR in general for the students and also for the designers professional.
Thanks. I've noticed a little conflict here. With the Cumulus Association, we did last year a little survey. We contacted 144 European art, media, and design institutions, and we asked that, do you teach IP, intellectual property? Do you have intellectual property lessons? Do you have an intellectual property course or something like that? And about 50% of them said no. And here we have two design gurus who are saying that in your school, it's nearly entrepreneurs, and you are working close to the industry. But you have a view also what happens on the other design institutions. Why is it that the answers were like that? That there is a lack of IP teaching, at least in certain design schools? And what could we do for it? Christian, maybe you have a good answer to this.
I don't know if it's a good answer, you know, maybe the best school do it, and I don't know. And of course we have a lack of this type of education, but let me tell you what happens in my school. 20 years ago, I was not coming from the design school. 20 years ago, I had some students who were drawing behind their hands in case their ID would have been stolen. Come on. And what that means. And the only thing they had on hand was to protect it. And they protect it, and by protecting it, I mean, there were no chance to become entrepreneur or their own ideas. It was a culture. It was a culture. And I was coming from the business schools, and if your responsibility, if you have a good idea, your responsibility is to become entrepreneur of this good idea. I mean, you are not obliged to become the CEO of a company. This is not what I'm talking about. But you have to share your idea. You have to enrich your idea with others. And after that, you have to launch your idea and to test your idea on the market. It was my culture. And there were a shock of culture. And in fact, the protection was a sort of break of the capacity to become entrepreneur. But it has changed because to protect the ideas is fundamental, definitely. But we have passed from the culture of protection to a culture of projection. And IP now has become a sort of accelerator of entrepreneurship. So the appreciation of what is IP has definitely totally changed. Definitely. We have passed from to protect to project, and IP is really something which is definitely fundamental. I must say that we teach IP for a long time in my school, and really I'm quite shocked that you had this type of answer from the others, because each university I have visited for years, they have some courses of law and IPs, and of course, it's the basis. It's the basis. We need, at the moment, what we need is, it has been evoked, and it's what's going on with IPs, with NFT, avatar, and the new virtual world. We need that, and we are waiting for that, and because really we need it, because we are dealing with avatars at the moment, and we imagine some virtual worlds. We imagine some avatars going to stores to buy some shirts and what. So the avatar, my avatar, belongs to who? And have I personally the responsibility to protect my avatar or not? This is a question. This is really a question. And we are working on facial recognition and uses of facial recognition. Okay. I mean, where is the law about that? I mean, where is the law? My face is not protected at all? And we really need an evolvement about the world, the virtual world, and the application of IP to the virtual world.
Thanks, Christian. This is why I love designers and people working with design. You ask simple question and you are in the metaverse. So it's brilliant. And I do agree with you. Here in EUIPO, we are starting to work on the metaverse issue, and it's something of the future we should maybe discuss more. One comment to your, because there are young designers, maybe students, that when you register your design, it's a starting point then you can decide what to do with it. Are you collaborating with the company? Are you licensing it to somebody? And it doesn't, it's kind of sharing something you have created and you have registered for yourself. So it's the starting point. How about you? IP, you have a lot of experience on design education. You work with the industry. How about, have you visited other schools, and why IP is not really present in some of the institutions?
I think we need to, and thanks to this event, it's a way to increase the awareness of IPR, and it's why our collaboration is really crucial. Because it's not enough, I completely agree, and so we need to increase this in the initial courses, in initial learning, but also all in the long life learning, and maybe for the designers, when they have to leave from their schools, they are a little bit lost. And we need to have more connection with these two words. So I think that the answer could be to have learning and training all over the life. And it's why, as BEDA, we are really engaged in the Pact for Skill for the cultural and creative industry. So it's an initiative launched by the European Commission, and as BEDA, we are the co-leaders with two other networks, ECBN, European Creative Business Network, and Creative Europe Skills. So what is really interesting is that we are not talking only about design, and we open the scope with all creative and cultural industry. And it's really to connect this this connection with the school and with the life after, and with all the transformation that we are living with the COVID, with the climate change. We need to have new skills, and we don't know yet what are these new skills. So we need also to design all together. If we would like to answer that at the end of the conversation, we will have Save the Planet and a Better World. It's really a collaboration work to identify the needs, the skill missing, and to co-create them all together, and then to have upskilling, reskilling, and IPR is part of this action.
I have another answer, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about it right now. And IP, is it a matter of creation or is it a matter of business? It's a matter of business, finally. And better to do a survey, I mean, within the business schools, and especially the business schools who collaborate with the School of Creation, with the School of Design. Because maybe it will be much more efficient to pass through the business to sell IP to the School of Design. And I'm not joking, because I remember that when I became the director of the school, there were no courses of business, and first time I introduced business in the School of Design, I had a strike, which is very common in France, and of the teachers. I mean, no relationship with money. We are creators, and the fact to work with companies, or the fact to imagine that the product must be sold, it was insane, totally insane. I don't want to touch that. Okay, I said, come on, the product, they must be sold. So this is your responsibility, definitely. And I remember that the first course of IP came from the business school. I had to deal with this school, and to make some course of strategy, marketing, law, and so on. And this was the first time I was interested in by IP in my school. Okay. Definitely.
So already in this stage of the discussion, if we are looking our title, I think that both of you agree that IP education is a necessity, and it's absolutely the desire. But let's say you went even further. I mean, there is this challenge of passing information of IP to the art, media, and design institutions. But there are these 800,000 and even more designers who are out there, who are already their diploma, and they need to be upskilled, they need to be informed. Do you have any solution for that? I mean, as a president of PEDA, maybe you have to think about it. Next year is the European Year of Skills. We had recently a discussion with the DG Employment, and they will focus on adult education, reskilling, and all these processes. And they are looking for also finances and means to do it. Do you have any ideas what could be done? Can the, let's say, ready designers be brought back to the school, mix up with the students?
So I don't have the solution yet, but it's for sure a thing that we are working on, and that we need to work on with all the stakeholders and all the actors. It's why we are so engaged in the Pact for Skill for CCI, because and it's really great that we could have European action on this topic. Then there are also, so we are co-leading this large scale skills partnership, but there are also national and regional partnership that are starting to put in place. So it's important that Europe push this initiative, but after we need also to have action at different levels from national, regional and local with the designers themselves. So it's really with a process of co-creation. And the example what we are doing with this Pact for Skill for CCI, we have started with a manifesto, and then we are more than 100 partners who are signed this manifesto. So for them, it means that they are aware that it's really important that we have to work all together to find these new skills in order to have a world better, and in order to support the designers, because after the COVID, some change their job, some switch on digitalization. We talk about it, but it's a huge evolution, and digitalization is everywhere. And the designers don't have enough in our current school knowledge for that. And as it's always moving, it's always need to be upskilling, reskilling. And the same for the sustainable and the green knowledge. We need to imagine other way to design, to produce. So it's with, I would say the solution is collaboration and working all together and with analyze what we have, what we would achieve, how we could putting and our forces together, how we could find some solution, a new way of education. So I don't know if it's mixing, but for sure it's probably more continuous and more connected.
Yeah. Do you see any role of us here in EUIPO to participate in this process? What could we do? We heard in the opening speech that we are supporting SME quite substantially by money, by registration fees, but also by advice. And I would bet that many of 800,000 PEDA members are working in the SME type of organizations. Is there a need for entrepreneurship education, more information about the support available, for example, through our resources?
For sure, and it's crucial, as I say, because as it's moving, for now we say that it's not enough with the world and the job that there are now, but for the future it will more and more crucial because it's more open, it's worldwide, it's digital, so it's something that we need to work what and how we could protect all of that. But I'm sure that Christian could complete.
And I have a question to Christian. You, in the opening speech, you spoke about the future and the future skills and the crucial role designers are having in that. What are the future skills? What kind of, I mean, you are running a school. What kind of skills and competencies and attitudes the young designers should have when they go out from your institution?
Two major fundamental questions. One is the emerging of a societal responsibility to produce, to sell, and to consume. We are passing probably in the years to come from a society of consumption to a society of contribution. The paradigm of marketing we are sat on for years. I mean, I buy a washing machine and after 3 years I buy another washing machine, and then after 3 years I buy another washing machine, and each time I buy a washing machine I produce added value. This model is dead, definitely. I mean, if you have a washing machine, we have the responsibility to keep this washing machine because we have the responsibility to save the resources. We have the responsibility to keep this washing machine 10 years, 15 years. And more than that, we have the responsibility to share the washing machine because a washing machine works only 1 hour a day. This is insane. And you should be ashamed. Of course. We are all ashamed about that. So we're going to pass from this society of consumption to this society of contribution. We're going to share. So that means probably we're going to live totally differently. Imagine the flat of tomorrow. The flat of tomorrow with no washing machine, with no dishes machine, whatever, and so on, because those facilities, they will be shared. So we're going to live totally differently. And there is the emerging of this societal responsibility for sobriety. I think it's the same word in English. Sobriety?
Sobriety. Yeah.
Sobriety, okay, all right. So this is that. I don't believe in the societal responsibility of the companies. I don't believe in that because no company has never sold a product by duty, always by interest. Definitely. But we have the responsibility to help the company to adapt their production, to adapt their commercialization in the sense of the emerging of the responsibility of the market. This is the new responsibility of the designer, how to help the company to generate added value, to generate growth, to generate richness, because added value, it's richness, and to adapt to the new conditions of the market. So I don't believe in the capacity of a company to sell some product by duty, but they will be obliged to adapt. This is the first question, and this is a big shift in terms of concept. The second thing, probably, because what that means, we need to save the planet. In fact, the planet will survive. Humankind, it's not sure. And when I say that, of course, it's urgent. Why? Because some of the students who are here, you're going to live 120 years, probably. So you are definitely concerned. I'll be dead, probably. Maybe, fortunately, no. And, okay, all right. So it's urgent. Definitely. Humankind is threatened. It's clear. So we have to invent new models of production and commercialization. The second point, and which is maybe more preeminent, but nobody talks about it, is what does that mean to be human when the robots will be more intelligent than we are? And what does that mean to be human? Suppose you have a bicycle accident. Okay, no problem, technology is here, you have a bionic leg. Are you still human? Yeah, of course, you're still human. You have no chance you have a second accident. I told you to be careful. Okay, you have a second accident, you have another bionic leg. Are you still human? Yes. But if those two legs permit you to run faster than Usain Bolt, are you still human? This is a real problem. We are going to enhance the robots with artificial intelligence. So the robots will be more and more intelligent. So probably more intelligent than humankind. We are talking about machine learning. The robots are capable to learn from themselves. Probably. And when Elon Musk says that we have a guided car and the car may choose if the car hit the elder person crossing the road or go in hit the tree threatening the person in the car, and the car may decide that. So the car has taken the power. What does that mean to be human in this era? If I have an avatar of myself, I send my avatar in a store, in a digital platform. I say to my avatar, I want 3 white shirts. And my avatar knows exactly what I have in my dressing room. And my avatar may decide that, come on, Christian, you have too many white shirts. And my avatars come back with a white one, a black one, and a green one. He has taken the power. And really, we have to think about that, because we have to probably think about what does that mean to be human, how we are going to control that, how we are going to control that when the robots will be capable to take the power. And probably, I'm very optimistic, I'm not fatalist, I'm optimistic because we are, and this is totally passionating for designers, they have a wonderful playground, but maybe we are the beginning of a new civilization. So, and when I study that, it's funny because the only thing I can handle with, I can imagine, is that I suppose the robots won't be totally unable to conceive God. Probably. But let's say, how are we going to live with all that? And those 2 playgrounds, and we have to be focused on that. First part, emerging of, so it's related to food. We have, we have decided in my school finally to study that. We have, the bachelors are technical product, graphism, fashion, interior architecture, and so it's technical skills. And the masters, it's human machine, food, how are we going to feed 8 billion inhabitants on Earth? And many problematics about insects, for example. I mean, it's typically a problem of designer. You have a shrimp, you have a cockroach. Both are totally ugly. Shrimps, no problem. Cockroach, problem. So how we are going to represent cockroaches to eat them? Because we are going to eat them, be sure of that. Okay, food, care, how are we going to age together in good conditions? And so it's health, it's security, public policies. We have another labs called city, how we're going to live together in big cities. And the example about the flats, when we will be obliged to share the washing machine, for example. And another about media. But it's big problematics. And probably many of the School of Design will evolve in that sense. We're going to quit, in a way, the old segmentation of applied art, product, interior architecture, to go over towards a global design managing the societal responsibility in the 2 context, shift of context I've gave you, resources and robots.
Thanks, Christian. It was quite amazing answer to my question. Let's say that for a normal citizen, the idea of design student is somebody who has a talent to create something aesthetically beautiful, object which are improving something to make better remote control, things like that. And now in this discussion, you are speaking about the green innovation, the big themes, robotism, artificial intelligence, food, how to... So the role of the designers who are getting out from the design school is not anymore to be kind of creators of beautiful objects, but kind of coordinators between different kind of experts, if I understand correctly, or who are able to work with the materials, sustainability, with the engineers, with the production, with the marketing,
philosophers,
and
humanities too.
Yeah, but you are putting quite a lot to the shoulders of young students who are going to go to the world to do that. How do you prepare students for that? Is there ways to make it work? You said that you are already while studying, you are collaborating with the industry, so they get direct contacts, they understand how the big production lines work, and you are working on different themes. So should this go further?
Bachelors, I just told you, bachelors, it's skills. We teach how to represent. Okay, definitely. And it's totally different for the master's program, and we multiply the opportunities with transversality. We work with School of Engineers, we work with School of Business, we work with University of Humanities on specific projects and so on. So the purpose is to gather all the discipline and make them work together. In France, as you know, you are engineers, or you are a businessman, or you are a philosopher, and traditionally, there were no connection between all them. The School of Design is a school of experimentation where you have with no rivalry, no hierarchy, in fact, and you have the possibility to make all those people around the table and make them work on, I don't know, the food of the future, for example. Or when you have a problematic of no packaging, dealing with an alginate of, I don't know, of seaweeds, for example. You work with the University of Biology, you work with the University of Vets, for example, and you make them work together. And the sense of all this is, how are we going to save the planet? Yeah. Also, it's very ambitious, of course. It's very pretentious. I promised this
in the beginning. We are saving the planet.
No, but
designers are saving the planet.
But really it's very pretentious to say that, because it's micro project, of course. And but we need an ambition. So, okay, all right. So, and the question was how you do that. A designer is a designer, but a designer need to know how to work with the other disciplines. Yeah. So we are not producing Pic de la Mirandole, we are producing designers who knows to work with others. This is totally different.
Collaboration.
Yeah, exactly, transversality.
You have created in Saint-Étienne these labs, and it's an interesting concept, also because you are mixing the users and the designers. Could you tell a little bit about that approach?
Thank you. Yes, for sure. This labs is to connect more closely the companies and the designers in a real project. But just before, if you allow me, I would like to give another example to follow what Christian is saying about that it's a global approach with all the process. About talking about the materials, because the Cité du Design, we have a material library. In France, we have the Récupératech, so the material, the question of material is really important in the process. And I was a member of a jury some months before about recycling, but it's not. And the idea is that to think the recycling at the beginning of a project is not enough now. So the test called super cycling. It means that now you have to think different uses of the product. And it means that it's not enough to think the end of your product, but to think the second life, and maybe several users of the same product and doing it with separate ways. So this is possible only if you have broken broken all the separation in the company with, as Christian said, the marketing, the production, and the designers. So it's to have a really systemic approach and to rethink the position of design and the position of IPR in these processes. Then with the lab is a way to engage concretely our students in this process. And for that, so we have created this lab. It for the company is to have some model, because the companies often are afraid by designers. So it's how we could, as support, make some explanation and facilitate this this connection between the companies and the designers. And in order to have more forces, we have joined again the new European Bauhaus Initiative with the initiative on transforming, and we have labelized our places of learning. So this is a way we are thinking that it's thanks to this connection with other places that we could help our students and our designers to find new solution and new way to produce and to design. Voilà.
Okay. If we take the washing machine of Christian, so what you were saying is that when you are designing a washing machine, you should already think when the washing machine is broken, what to do next, what is the next life of that product, and make it easy for recycling. So this is
it's not only a washing machine, but each part, each materials. So it's with a collaboration with our school and engineer school of material. So really to think at this step of the material, so they need to be as much as possible sustainable, recyclable, etc. But all the process need to be sustainable, but it's really changing the way of thinking and of the design in all the process, imagining different uses, and then we come of the use of the on the services. It's not only a product that you are designing; it's also a service and different services working with the users. Yeah.
Just about
short comment, and then I would give the floor if there are any questions, because there have been so many ideas, and we would like the audience to participate.
Imagine the situation of the producer of the washing machine. He is dead. I mean, or she is dead. I mean, because if we share the washing machine, and I mean, he won't sell any washing machine anymore, because it will be reused and kept 10 years and so on. So the purpose as a strategic matter for the designer is to help the company to pass from product to services. And so to change of economical model, So it's more other than the purpose on the product. It's really strategic for the companies. And design is in there, definitely.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question? I don't see you quite well because there are these lights, but if any of the... Ursula, you have a hand up. Do we have a microphone?
Can you hear me?
Or maybe I can repeat your question.
So my question is, very interesting comment about the society of contribution. How do you see the role of China in relation to the future society of contribution?
The question was, the idea of contribution is interesting. How do you see the role of China in this model?
I have to think about it. It's very difficult to answer that question. And the only thing I can tell you, and we will be obliged to work with them. This is the thing. So I can't answer. I mean, I can't answer your question right now. I have to think about it, and because it depends on which field. It depends on so. But really, we will be obliged to work with China. Definitely. But I have a good example. I don't know if it will answer your question, because maybe your question is precise, but it's very general, because you have something under your mind, in fact, maybe. But we worked with a company in France called a shoemaker. And this shoemaker, the job of the work of a shoemaker is to conceive, to product, and to sell some shoes. So, and finally, this company is hardly dead. Why? Because of Chinese productions. And they thought, this company, that they would have been obliged to keep their stores to sell some shoes, because some shoes you are obliged to try them. Okay. Finally, they have passed totally apart the digital evolvement, because now you buy your shoes on international digital platform. And of course, the Chinese are much more competent to do that, definitely. Okay, so we have worked with this company. It's a French company. And they were coming to us, we'd like some nicer shoes. Come on, it's over for you. It's over for you, because of China. And we decided to produce some, to try on the users of connected shoes. There is no market for that. There is no market because nobody has never asked to have his or her shoes connected. So in terms of marketing, no market, no needs. Okay. We have worked on the uses of these connected shoes. We have worked on that. And this company has just created a company. The shoes may register the lack of balance of the person who wears the shoes. Can you imagine that? This company is passing from shoes to medicine. And what is interesting in the economical model is that it will change totally, because the work was to conceive, to product, to sell some shoes. Now it will be to conceive, to produce, to give the shoes, and to sell the services, the medical services in the shoes. It's totally different. And it couldn't have been done by engineers or business people, but by designers, to imagine what would be the uses of a connected shoe. And probably we will be obliged in many companies in Europe to pass from product to services. This is why we need designers. So I don't know if I answer your question, but this is an example.
It's time to kind of close up this session. As you have heard, design education is one of the most interesting things on the earth. It's about food, it's about the sustainability, it's about the green innovation, it's about the business, it's about everything. And I really wish a good future for all the students here in the room. And I hope that you have got some ideas that when you are going back to your institution or your school, you can maybe start thinking of design in a new way. I would like to thank Isabel and Christian for a wonderful panel. It has been a pleasure. I mean, yesterday evening we had a preparatory discussion and we went even higher fields, but it was only after a few glasses of wine.
Next year.
So next year. Thank you, and thank you for the audience. It was a pleasure to be here with you.
Yes.
Thank you, Carrie, and thank you, Christian and Isabel. Now, we were at that dinner that he spoke about.
Yeah, we were.
We were. We were sat with these people.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I did not expect that this panel would discuss cockroach snacks.
You want some? I've got some in the backstage.
I don't know. But I just hope we don't end up with #cockroach snacks.
Well, maybe.
We could. Anyway, we'll move on now from this panel, which dealt with education and design, to our next session. As we said, this next session was going to be about shaping the design world, and it's going to focus on the challenges and opportunities for the design industry. Now, it's my great honor to lead this discussion. Please welcome Päivi Takokallio, founder and CEO of Takokallio Design Plus and chair of the jury for the 2021 DesignEuropa Awards. Päivi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Helen and Daniel. I'm very happy to be here in Alicante. My first time in Alicante, but not my first time with the EUIPO. Was happy to chair the jury, the previous edition, so I believe that there are many familiar faces in the audience even today. Now, the panel discussion, as it says on the screen, shaping the design world, I would be bolder even. As Kari was saying, starting the previous discussion, we are going to be brave today, so we are going to be brave here as well. Maybe instead of shaping the design world, it's about shaping the world. So we'll see what happens when I invite my two colleagues on the stage. I will have the great honor to invite two of the perhaps most prominent experts on design since a long time already. I will start with Luisa Bocchetto, and then maybe if Robin is already wired up, I will invite here Robin Edman, and I will let them introduce themselves because their CVs are miles long, but maybe to introduce them both, it's enough to say that and Robin was counting this yesterday, between the three of us, we have something like 120 years of experience in design. So, and Luisa, to introduce yourself, what would you like to highlight from your long career for this audience here?
The important thing is that I'm architect and designer, and from many years I support and promote the quality of design. I was the president of the National Industrial Design Association in Italy, and then I became president of the World Design Organization that organizes also World Design Capital, and you have here very near Valencia, that is the capital for this year. But at the same time, I never stopped to be a professional, to do my work, and what I do with the institution is thanks to my interest, real interest for design, to understand how design is changing now. That was the reason of that, but never stopped to do my project.
Thank you, Luisa. And Robin, what would you want to highlight from your career?
Well, besides being in private business for over 20 years, running a design foundation for almost 17 years, being on the board of ICSID, now the World Design Organization, being a president of BEDA, being on numerous juries around the world, one of the things that I enjoy most of all is to mentor young professional designers, to see them grow and see them do the things that they believe in and that they can do.
Thank you, Robin. And on myself, a note on myself, I was the president of BEDA, now graciously taken over by Isabelle Verriac a few years ago. And in my own professional life, I run a business, a strategic design business from the north of Finland, from the very Arctic, and Arctic design, making my share in trying to have an impact on that the Arctic region is developed in a sustainable manner is my passion, certainly. And now may I ask you, two experts, to sit on the blue chairs, and I will soon join you on the red one. But before doing that, maybe a few words on how we will approach the shaping the design world, shaping the world. And we will start by simply creating the framework. The framework, of course, of today's world is that we have faced enormous changes only during the past few years. The COVID was an event, a global event that certainly affected all of us. It affected EUIPO and DesignEuropa Awards, and that was a minor thing compared to a lot of other things that have happened. Climate change has become an even more urgent matter. We need desperately to find solutions to mitigate climate change. And then, of course, there's the fact in Europe that there's a war in Europe affecting a lot of actions we take, let alone mention our energy crisis, etc. So more than we can really perhaps handle. So how are we going to handle this situation from design point of view and what it requires? But before entering the future, let's stay a couple of minutes in the past, and I want to ask you both, and now you can take the seat. What I want to ask you both is, how has design in your mind, both your minds, changed during your career? So, because we know that the scope of design is expanding, but how do you feel it has changed? If you could mention, both of you, maybe two of the biggest changes you have faced during your career, the past decades, and maybe from the point of view, what are the changes that have had an impact on design the most? So may I ask you to start?
I think that the two most influenced things are the dematerialization of design and the sustainability that become the new criteria for decide what is good design. That is the big changement, because we are now 100 years after the start of design that born in Germany 1 century before, and the slogan, the formula was form for long function. And we worked for 100 years to realize excellent products that have a form and a function connected between them. But that was the results of the industrial revolution that introduced the new material. And also fundamental for me is the democratical approach at the origin of industrial design that is give the possibility for a lot of people to have the most quantity of beautiful possible. That was a real revolution for the consumer. But we are now in another revolution that is the digital one, and we have the same afraid in front of the new technology. We are fascinated by the new technology, but we are afraid. And at the same level, what happened 100 years ago, design can humanize the technology, can use the technology to arrive more near to people. And we are almost in the same situation. We have this new technology that can dehumanize a lot our life, and we need to use design. We can use the contribute of design to try to humanize this technology. I think it's a lot important, because with the metaverse and robots, etc., using design as a humanizer of technology is our work.
Thank you, Luisa. A very interesting response to the question. What would be your thoughts, Robin, on this? Do you see it in a similar way, or?
Absolutely. I'll just add some things to that. Let us go back to the Aspen Design Conference, 1983. There was a guy on stage there, and he was talking about this little book thing. And he had a book, and you would have a book, and you would have a book, and they would talk to each other. No wires, nothing. This was 1983. 25 years later, he introduced the iPad. He knew 25 years before that happened what he wanted to do. Now, the year before the iPad, 2007, the smartphone, the iPhone, was launched. Now, besides a specific phone, that has changed the entire way we all go to business, the way we live our lives. Just imagine and think about that for the rest of the day. What would you do without your smartphone? How would you communicate? How would you do shopping? How would you open the door at home, set the alarm? Whatever it is, communicate with your bank, do the transfer, your insurance company, whatever it may be, things are done on the phone, the iPad, or whatever tablet you have. So that is probably one of the biggest changes that has ever happened. One single product that was launched that changed the entire universe of communicating with us as consumers, and how businesses have transformed into doing that. So that's one of the things. Another one is services. It was mentioned earlier today, but I would like to say that when you go back maybe 40 years in time to design schools, nobody ever talked about services. Today, services are interconnected with what you do. Now, it could be a product per se that doesn't have a service connected to it. It could be a service that doesn't have a product connected to it. But most of them are services with products or products with services or a hybrid in between there. So services, and of course, applied to both the public sector and the private sector.
Thank you very much. And in many ways, I see you two talking about similar things. Dematerialization, you are mentioning, and then digitalization related to that. You are talking about digitalization as well. You were talking about democratization as well in the beginning, which I think is also, perhaps also something which is not only related to Europe, but to globally as well. And what I would like to add to both of your approaches from my own perspective is this is actually also a topic that is going back decades. We have this urgency, sense of urgency in relation to climate change and climate change mitigation. But again, this is not new. Actually, in early 1970s, even before end of 1960s, I don't know how many of you in the audience are old enough to remember the oil crisis of 1973. I certainly am, and I think my colleagues here are too. There are people, a lot of people in the audience who were not born at the time. But that was, again, a time when a lot of focus was put on what happens with the climate. But the sense of urgency has grown, and this is taking place now to the degree that, for example, the European Commission has launched the new European Bauhaus Initiative to bring in the creative fields, bring in design professionals to find solutions to the Green Deal and climate change package. So similar topics, but different interpretations because the times have changed, definitely. But before I continue with another question to our great experts, and it's really difficult to see any of you except the first row. I believe there are microphones for the audience as well. Am I correct? Yes? So feel free, and I encourage you at any point, come up with a comment or question, because the best conversation comes out of you taking part in the conversation. So any questions, any comments, wave your hands, and the people with the microphone will need to keep an eye on you if you have a comment. And I see there's a hand already, so go ahead.
I would like to catch up on the question of democratization and link that to the very interesting comment on the introduction of the iPhone and the iPad. And the question is, are we not moving exactly the other way now, meaning that we have those who can afford the iPad, and we have the rest who are sort of left with products which are not so nicely designed. And
I don't understand. Yeah, you need to talk.
Can you put the microphone a little bit closer?
Because we don't hear.
It's on, but just closer.
Closer.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I'm very nervous. Catching up on the question about democratization and linking that to what you said about the introduction of the iPhone and the iPad, my question would be that if we're not now moving into the opposite direction, meaning that you have people who can afford the iPad and the iPhone, which can afford the nice design, and everything which comes with it, the access to the services and so, and the rest, left basically with a Chinese design, which is product that fulfill to a certain extent the function, but are far removed from the nice appeal, the nice design. If you can't, sorry.
Let me volunteer on that.
Yeah,
one.
you go on that.
I totally agree with you that there is a gap in between having the expensive upscale iPad over here and serving somebody that can't even afford living in a home on their own, and they won't have that device. However, though, there are devices out there, and if all this information is made accessible, and we heard that earlier today, to make this in a share environment, you can easily then share these devices if you need to then communicate with such maybe formalities, municipalities, governments, or even with your bank or whatever it may be. Now, granted, there will be a difference. There has always been a difference between the have and have-nots, and I'm not in favor of that, but I'm just saying that I think that as time goes, this will become even more accessible, and we will have devices that we haven't even thought of today that we can do all these things with.
Maybe one thing I would like to add there is that democratization it's a huge issue, and what we need to remember is that, and which was already touched in the previous discussion as well, that design is not doing any of this alone. Design is a service business, and a lot of the solutions need to happen in collaboration with a lot of actors, different professionals across disciplines, but there's also the policy level, and this is where democratization comes strongly in picture as well. It's nations who create actions and policies to boost democratizations, and there are places where that doesn't happen as much. So I think we need to sort of be careful with balancing the ambitions as well. Do you want to add something to the democratization part?
Yes, also about she's afraid to not creating more beautiful project, beautiful object, but I think that designers don't need to be afraid, because we continue to do a project for product, excellent product, but we need to do a project for services, for app, and also to control what these services have as an influence with people. That is another responsibility. That is the same responsibility that you have to create a product, a physical product that is sustainable, and also to create an app that you manage the idea of people in a sustainable way. And we are passing from creating product to creating process and services. And in the organization, we do also a project to the changement of the organization, because also the organization, the institution need to be changed. We need to have the force to change things. And we changed the name, because before we was ICSID, International Council of Society of Industrial Design, and now we are World Design Organization. The word industrial disappeared. It not seems that we are not working more with industry. We continue to work with industry, but we can work also with collectivities, with foundation, with cities, And when I arrive at the end of my term as a president of the World Design Organization, I'm very proud that I push to accept the city inside the organization as a member, because we have a school, company, designer, organization of designer, foundation, but cities are the place where we can work in the future to propose solutions for the big topics that we have in front of us. Before I heard that design is the motivation to do for the future. I think that maybe it's a hard work, Design is finished. We don't need to do more design for human, because for 100 years we put the human being at the center. We create product for our house, for our well-being. We study ergonomics. We create product for all, design for all. But now it's not human being the center. The center is the planet. For the future, the center is the planet. We need to create less product, more solution. It's a big engagement for the designer, for everyone that is involved in creating things. We need to think at the process, because process and services means that you need to think what is real necessary to create this new product. Is real sustainable, this new product in a long term? You need to have this question in your mind. And I think there is a lot of work to do, a lot. Because I'm involved in many juries, international juries in a year, and you are table of phone. They're all the same. No more design no more design to create TV are all the same. But more work to create service inside, connection, services to connect the people, services to create a better life for people living in a big cities in the world, reducing pollution, reducing waste, reducing consumption of energy are a big project, and designer can work really to contribute on that.
But if we step aside from that for a short while and talk about the ones that are not living in the cities, the ones that are actually fleeing from something, could be drought, could be floods, could be wars, whatever, refugees around the world. There are a lot of things that designers can do in working with other people and setting up systems, everything from refugee housing, which has been done, to working with all the different government organizations in countries where the refugees arrive, so that the process of going through and becoming somebody that actually contributes to society is a smooth one. There are numbers saying that a refugee that comes into a country has pretty much one contact with a part of government organizations per day, probably in the language that they don't even understand. You can imagine what designers can do to make that easier for the human being. So, not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying, yes, we need to design for human beings, but maybe in a different way, to create these services, to make it a lot easier for people that are in need of very much of a help.
To protect for the new generation
as well.
The planet.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Thank you for both these contributions, because I think it's perhaps a time where we should really be courageous enough to state that, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Just a little bit.
But maybe a little bit, a tiny bit. It's a question of focus and priorities more than disagreeing. But I would say that maybe this is the time when we really need to be bold enough, all of us, to say that the human is not in the center. It's the planet. And that has consequences and implications. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't need to design for the humans, I think on the contrary, but from a very different angle and a different approach. So, a vote. Who in the audience would agree that we should put planet in front of the humans? I see, yes. Thank you. And then after all this day and after all the future discussions on the impact and possibilities that design has, I think now that we have publicly, I think this is recorded as well, or at least streamed out, now that we have publicly raised our hands, I think we have the responsibility to act accordingly. So anything you do in the future will need to keep this in mind. Planet comes first. And then what that means, also actually, I think this is a big challenge for EUIPO as well, because till now it has a strong focus on products. And if what we are talking here about what will happen with the design, and design is only in the service of planet from now on, as we have just agreed, what the implication is that we will maybe have to rethink IPR as well. I don't know if that will happen in the near future, but perhaps there comes a day when that has to happen as well. But thank you. I think it was really, really great. Yes, Robin, you want to continue?
I need to disagree a little bit.
Okay, disagree. You are free to disagree.
I will agree to that planet is important. But the planet will survive. It's gone through heat spells, ice ages, and whatnot. The planet will survive. What we're talking about is to make sure that we as human beings can retain the lifestyles that we cherish so much on this planet. Because if we don't make the changes, the planet will do things to us that we will regret. So maybe it's just a matter of words, but I think the planet itself, the actual thing floating around in space out there, it will survive.
But if we work for the planet, we work for the survival of
Absolutely.
human.
As well, absolutely. Yes. I think there is someone who has a question, so maybe the microphone. And I would encourage young people especially. I believe there are also design students in the audience. Challenge us here.
I'll do my best. I'm Fabio Coltori from Design Wanted. I love the idea of putting the planet first. We all raised our hands, and my question is, and my point is, you know, it's easy to take a stand and say that you are for the planet to come first, but then when reality hits you and putting the planet first means paying more for a product that is more sustainable rather than another, decreasing the amount of convenience you can have going for certain services rather than products, I think that the basic needs of human nature, which are status, safety, saving money, saving time, will have their best over the thought, the rational thinking of saving the planet first. So the question is how, like, besides all these wonderful top-down initiatives that we can do as designers, which I hear a lot in every conference and context within design, how do we make them actual needs of humans? Because the moment I walk out of places like this, then I hit the reality and I talk to normal people that don't think like us and don't have this conversation so often, and I see that they don't pick up this as much. They don't integrate this lifestyle and commitments in their lives.
Yeah.
So how do we make it happen?
Thank you for the question. That was a good question, and I see Luisa wants to react.
In 2017, during the General Assembly, when we changed the name and the change in the vision, etc., all the people coming there personally signed that we will work in accord to the UN SDG goal. It seems that you need to think every time to that. That is not seems that is finished design, finished economic, finished company. No. And also, in my experience, 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, company used marketing with the greenwashing, but was only a greenwashing. They are not convinced that was an economic interesting thing to do. But now, there is a lot of companies that look at that as an economic interest, because work for sustainability, it seems that you need to reduce use of material economy, use of energy economy, less packaging economy, less cost of transport economy, reusable material economy. That is a new way to think the product, to project the product, to distribute and to communicate the product. The 4 pillars of design, project, production, distribution, communication, are involved in a new digital revolution, and you can use this tool of the new technology to reduce this impact in every process. And I think each one of us can do something in that direction. And I think also that change a lot also for people that are working on IP sector, because the way of judging change. You need to know more about product, because you need to know more about what happened behind the product. Who is the company? What is the purpose of the company? What is the purpose of the designer? It's not only a form, a perfect form, a beautiful form. We remain in love to the beautiful. We don't want to do ugly product because they are sustainable. No. But we need to know more behind. It's a more effort. But I think it's a good goal to have for future for the project.
I agree. Give me a second. I agree, because what you said was that now I'm forgetting what you said. I'm sorry. So, you know, this is because this is multitasking a bit. But in any case, what I wanted to say, another thing is related to generations. And I think to large extent it's true when you say that when we go out of here, we sort of start living according to our needs. But there's a factor that needs change as well. And I also, why I'm very hopeful for is that younger generations are actually already doing this. When Christian Guillerin was referring to the change and the shift we need to make from consumption to contribution, and as part of that, sharing. This is already happening a lot with the younger generations. So what we need to do is to take baby steps. We can't take huge leaps at a time, but every single baby step matters as well. So, Robin.
Well, to address your question, and maybe does anybody think it's hot in here?
It is.
Yeah.
I do.
You know why? That's because the temperature cannot be lowered under 25 degrees. For good reasons. Does anybody have an electric bill that has been higher than normal? When things like that start to hit home, it's too hot, your electric bill goes up, you realize that your trash is growing with plastic and paper every single day, and you have to go to the recycling station more often than before. I think when things like that are starting to happen, and they're annoying you, that's really when people, and that happens to business leaders and to the designers, that's when you can start relating, and it has nothing to do with socioeconomic situations at all. It has to do with that things are happening around us that we're all affected by. And when you start talking about that, then you realize that, well, maybe we shouldn't produce this product like we're doing today. Maybe we should be looking at it a different way. Maybe we should be reducing the packaging, as you mentioned, and so on. But it needs to hit everybody. Because if we were the only ones that felt hot in here and everybody else had their air conditioning on full blast, then they wouldn't understand us. But it's starting to sink in that we're doing too many things to hurt the planet. So we really need to change that. But I think only when it hits every single one of us, it's going to have an effect.
And what is your, if I may sort of continue with a question, what is your thinking on when will that hit all of us?
Well,
what does it take?
I think it's hitting all of us right now. Look at electrical bills. I checked my bill the other day, a year back. It's 4 times higher this month, or this past month, than it was a year back. Okay, so are we lowering the temperature in the house? Yes, we are. Looking at all the trash, and so on. Things like that are hitting home. People are starting to talk about that. You go to a dinner with people, and you're not just talking about nice and fun things. You're actually talking about, do you think you have too much trash at home? That is going to change the way we do. So I would say it's happening already. But it's going to take years and years and years before production, of course, is changing. But I think also all the young designers have a major opportunity to talk to the people that are producing stuff, and obviously services as well. And the services will make some of the things that we're producing be reduced because the service is going to replace the actual physical object. So definitely. But designers have a huge part in being able to make that change.
Now the question actually inspired by Robin is young designers, either you who have already graduated and starting your career or still studying, what do you think about what has been said now? How do you see the change taking place? We would be very interested in hearing some of your thoughts, so please make your voice heard as well. And while you are receiving the microphone, maybe you wanted to add something, did you? So do that first, Luisa, and then microphone to the center of the audience.
Hi, my name is David and I'm from Mexico. I'm a student and design student. So my question is like all the solutions, like things that you say is like for countries that from Europe that live and see and eat design every day. But from countries like Mexico, my question is like, how do you introduce like the design, a country to the design world without like failing? Like, because in Mexico, like, making a product design is like too difficult to sell, and it's only for like very rich people, and not everyone knows what product design is, industrial design is. So that's the question.
So if I understood you correctly, you are in a way asking advice how to go on with a process like what we have been talking about. And you also, if I got you right, you also mentioned let's say the opposite to the democratization part of design, design as an elitist approach. Did I get you correct?
Yes.
Okay. So our favorite topic, I'm sure.
I think also in Italy, in the last 20 years, design are right to be only something for rich people. In my mind, is not the real goal of design. But with the crisis that we are living for many years, we go back to the original vision of design, giving more beautiful, more people as possible. And I think as a designer, as a company in Mexico, you need to push the collectivities to understand that design is not only for rich people. I agree that there are a lot of sectors in design. I promote recently the award for the yacht design that are beautiful product, very expensive, but inside there is a lot of work for many, many people that are working in that sector. And also if a very expensive product, all are thinking about reducing superficial consumption of material. This is an approach that you need to diffuse. You need to have a conference event promoting this vision. It's not simple, it's not immediately possible, but you can work in that direction. And the new generation are very, very related to support this reducing consumption, etc. I think are more near, because are afraid for the future, every one of us. At the same time, we have war and they pollution, we have a big pollution. That is not normal. That is not normal. We need to have another approach to our life. We need to have less things, more time for us, more time, because the life is only one, and you need to have the possibility to enjoy the nature, enjoy the sun, enjoy the things around. And if we have the robots that are working for us, well, but we we need to have more time, relaxed time to think, to do in a better way for a better life, for a better world. It's necessary to think before create. You need to have a project. And it's not tomorrow, maybe after. You need to work on you in person.
So
try to do. Because if you trust in this idea, you can transform this idea in your work for the future.
Thank you, Luisa. Do you want to add something?
Well, I
Robin?
was just going to say, see yourself in 10 years working with the government in Mexico, making,
exactly.
creating these processes together with other people, services, so that the government then can provide a better lifestyle for more people. I mean, that's a different way of looking at it, but that's definitely where design has a huge possibility to actually change people's lives. Most governments don't use design to create new processes, but when they do, they are surprised how well it works. So that's definitely an area to go into.
Yes. And I can only add to that with a reference to where I come from, the Nordic countries. Robin comes from a Nordic country as well. And my thinking is that one of the reasons why design has been, from the societal point of view as well, quite a success in all Nordic countries, let's say, definitely, is that design is not happening in a vacuum. It always happens within a society, in a context of a society. And as it happens, the Nordic society models were based and have been based on a democratic welfare state model, where designers have been able to work for the society, create solutions that match with the values of the society. And this brings me to say that what is very important, as my two colleagues have already said, is that design has the policy level as well, and it has the level where design needs to work and works in a lot of countries already with the society, with the policy level, with the ministries and with the government. So that is a supportive factor for change as well. So designers, individual designers, cannot change the world alone, but if it becomes part of a governmental or societal process, then it's already a different picture. Are you happy with our answers? Okay, good. Now, we have been touching some of the questions we had in our mind to discuss in the discussion itself already. What I would ask you to think, as sort of a last part of our discussion, because this is also, or everything we are talking about is to some degree a generation issue as well. As I said when we started, Robin's calculation, 120 years of design experience, that's a lot, which on one interpretation could be that we are too old to sit on the stage anymore. But here we are, as you can see. But I think it's important, very important, that we, even more than what we are doing at the moment, find a way to communicate between generations as well. And we all definitely need new skills to manage the systemic global challenges we are facing. So my question to Robin would be that, considering everything we have been talking today, what would be your advice to the senior design professionals who need to tackle systemic challenges? And Luisa, afterwards, what would be your advice to young professionals or design students still who are tackling with the same challenges? What are, maybe from the angle, what are the skills you think are needed for the seniors, for the young ones?
I would start saying that designers are good at solving wicked problems, really big problems, but they can't do it alone. They have to work with other people all the time. So whatever that team is, whatever that organization is, whatever that company, government, whatever that is that you're working together with, use your design skills. But what you need to learn is to put yourself in the shoes of the other people. Now that sounds like just words, but imagine that you're working with somebody. Let's do production to start with, and we'll get to services eventually, but physical product. You have somebody in marketing, you have somebody in operations, manufacturing. And the person says, I don't understand. You designers, you just don't get it. This is how we do business. Never let that happen. Never either be called or say yourself that you're just a designer. You need to figure out what they're thinking, how they're thinking, and what their mind, or what makes their mind tick, so that you can talk on the same level. Because designers aren't necessarily today at that same table. So that's one thing. Make sure you understand what makes them tick. And the other thing is that once you've done that, you know that you can be the glue in a process. You might have been in a process with other people, and then you've left, and all of a sudden the process stops, because you're asking all these, let's say, unusual questions that makes the process go further. So continue to do that, and never stop doing that. So for the senior designers, make sure that you develop your skills, but understand the other people. And the last thing is, become really, really good at presentations and using the spoken word. Because when you do a good presentation that is super simple and people understand what you're talking about, then you might have a fair chance to get through with your message. But if you can't do presentations, if you're on stage and you mess it up, they're not going to believe you.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah.
Luisa.
What I can suggest is to remain related to both sectors, technical and humanistic, because for me it's important that you don't become a tool of the company, a tool of everyone. You need to preserve your humanistic vision and also the beauty, because the beauty is a culture. If you cultivate the beauty of the form, the beauty of the well-being, you need to relate it to your past for the future, to your culture. You need to remain human, and I think that is necessary. In the other part, I talk only about Italy, because I'm more involved in that situation. The situation of young designers is explosive, because we have more 100 schools of design, 29 are public university of design, and we have 10,000 designers each year, new designers each year. And you say, okay, it's a problem, what are they doing? But company calculate that they need in the next 5 years 350 new employees in the creativity with talents, and they think they are right to have only the middle quantity, because they have necessity to about creativity. You need to calculate that the productivity of our country is composed 11% but design-oriented production, and 24% about the purpose design-oriented company. What it seems that this company are challenged to create excellent product, beautiful product, but at the same time they have a purpose. They want that people that are working with them are happy. They want to protect the quality of work in the place of work. They want to protect the equality of gender. They assume a sort of direction that is changing the life of and the evolution of the company. And there is a lot of work for design in that sector, in that direction. That is only the sector of design. It's the sector of the production of a nation. that is quite a good perspective.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Luisa. And we are coming to the close of our session. And as the moderator, I'm always the lucky one to have the final word. So what I want to say is to refer to Ellen MacArthur Foundation's Introduction to Circular Economy, where it says that 80% of a product's environmental impact is influenced by decisions made at the design stage. That means that every single designer needs to take the responsibility to be on the side of the good ones, not the bad ones. That's the first thing. And the second one is a quote from Victor Papanek. Design-related people know who we are talking about, one of the gurus of design world already decades ago. He said in already 1984, many decades ago, that design, if design is to be ecologically responsible and socially responsive, must be revolutionary and radical in the truest sense. So make sure that you are revolutionary and radical. And we thank you. It's been a great pleasure to have you on the stage, and thank you for the great audience.
Say that they come and talk to us.
And of course, goes without saying that once we have a break, you are welcome to talk to all of us during the break as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Päivi. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I mean, this has been really very, very enlightening, and it has certainly motivated me to start having a closer look at some of the points that have been raised here today.
Very interesting points indeed. And I noticed
Absolutely.
while we were standing there that there were a few, as Päivi said, a few questions that remained unanswered.
Mm-hmm.
So please, when we do break for lunch, which will be here, just find the speakers, approach them, use the time to ask the questions that you haven't had the chance to already.
Exactly.
Okay, so our next speaker we will move on to. I'm actually really excited about this one.
Are you?
I am. I really am.
Really?
Yes. Yep.
Well.
Because do you know why?
Tell me. Come on.
Okay, because our next speaker calls on all of us to imagine and build a sustainable and inclusive future together. And I mean, that's just great.
Indeed. Beautiful, sustainable, together. And that is the motto of the new European Bauhaus Initiative, which connects the European Green Deal to our daily lives and living spaces. So, without any further ado, let's welcome Ms. Borislava Woodford, representative of the new European Bauhaus at the European Commission. Ms. Woodford, please. The floor is all yours.
You show me
Thank you. The pointer.
Here. Hello.
Do the pointer?
Yes,
Yeah.
I need my slides.
You can check it there.
To check them there.
How does it work? How can I change the slides? It doesn't work. Oops. Oh, okay, my goodness. Buenos días a todos y todas. Estoy encantada de estar contigo en Alicante. I am given the very difficult task of having to still keep your attention for another 15 minutes just before lunch. So I don't know how to contain the excitement. I mean, we are getting hungry, so please bear with me. I will go very quickly through my slides. For some reason, they all started running, but let me get to the start. And in the meantime, yes, we spoke about beauty, sustainability, inclusion, etc. But it's my pleasure in the next 10 minutes or so to introduce you to how the initiative came about at the European Commission. So my name is Borislava Woodford. I'm from the Joint Research Center, and this is based in Brussels in the Commission. We'll be talking about sustainable and quality of experience type projects that are also affordable, beautiful, etc. So what is this initiative? Normally I ask how many people have heard of it, but it was mentioned so many times this morning, so I will not do so. It's really an environmental, economic, and cultural project aiming to combine design, sustainability, accessibility, affordability, and investment, so that we can actually drive the delivery of what we have as an ambition called the Green Deal in Brussels. So very quickly, so that you understand, the project is under the auspices of the President herself, Madame von der Leyen, and it is inspired by the old Bauhaus movement. You've heard of it for sure if you're studying design. It is a cultural movement, and it's the driving force to what we would wish people to see behind the Green Deal, a bit of a soul, you know, something artistic, something touching everyone else, something speaking to all of us, and it is obviously linked to a couple of packages. The renovation wave, how we would wish to renovate buildings, repurpose buildings. This is something that the Commission is right now drafting. And the Fit for 55 package, that Fit for 55 is all about climate. So just to let you know that the initiative is 2 years old. We were first mentioned in the State of the Union speech by von der Leyen 2 years ago. We needed to know how to go about it, so we wanted to ask the public to help us design the movement. So we opened the website in January 2021. We kept it open for 6 months. You would notice that a lot of contributions came, really a lot, because these were the months, the very dark months of the first lockdowns. So people were happy to sit and contribute and write to us. They sent us over 2,200 contributions, so we needed to digest all of it to come up with 4 inspirations, so 4 thematic. So 4 different themes came up more often than others, and you would obviously see we're trying to work on a participatory and disciplinary way for integrated approaches, trying to address global challenges, but going locally. So people wanted us to develop the movement so that they can reconnect to nature. People were really stuck at home. You would remember those times, and wanting to just maybe go for a walk with their dog in the evening, and that would in their local square, and that would be reconnecting to nature. But they also have lost, at least those who contributed to our co-design, a sense of community. They wanted a sense of belonging. They also wanted us to prioritize the places and people that need it most. That's an obvious one. And then the 4th theme is all about circularity and the life cycle thinking, the long-term thinking of how we build what we built with, for example. That's a very boring communication, but it is something that we needed to produce. It's 16 pages, it's adopted by 27 commissioners, and it's on our website. Everything is on our website. It is spelling the way forward, our policy document. Then very briefly, every year, as you can see, we have prize awards as well. I have a slide on those. And we also had a super nice festival. Another slide is coming, but we are working annually to more or less meet the demands of the members of our community. And we would wish to have impact on 3 different levels. So the first one is transforming places on the ground. This is all about the physical transformation. That means whatever we change, refurbish, we need to be thinking about those 4 topics. We want to be able to influence the ecosystem for innovation, so different type of innovation. And then education and cultural aspects and projects and initiatives are very dear for us. You young people also, I needed to mention because it's not on our slide, but you are super important, and you are actually great followers on Instagram and on social media. Cross-policy, cross-programs, we in Commission are trying to set up the policy context. We are trying to mobilize European funds, but we also call on member states or for countries to think of their own public funding for purposes of building sustainable, beautiful, and inclusive projects. That's our lab. It's a collaborative space. It's not a physical space, but there we gather members of our community on a particular topic. We meet twice a month, and from that topic, if there is enough traction, we're trying to work solutions in a nursery slope so that these solutions can actually produce some real results for the interested party in the lab. So, for example, right there on the left top corner, you see labeling strategy. This is something very difficult. We're trying to figure out how to label a project, a Bauhaus-type project, but we've reduced ourselves to the built environment for the time being, just because it's such a complex matter, and it's very difficult to give a token or to label something without the parameters, etc., especially when we talk about aesthetics, quality of life, etc. So I'm personally involved in the innovative funding project, working on combining philanthropy and crowdfunding with public funds, and we have some projects that are obviously members of our community have introduced them, so they're not commission-driven. How do we develop our community? We needed some great personalities. You'd see these people behind Madame von der Leyen. They are members of our high-level roundtable. They're famous in their fields. A lot of them are architects, artists, designers, etc. They meet von der Leyen twice annually to give us ideas also if we're going in the right direction. We have friends, partners, national contact points. That was the first meeting of the national contact points last year in Paris. And the two commissioners that stand just behind Madame von der Leyen, Madame Ferreira on the right, she's the Portuguese Commissioner for Regional Development, and it's her directorate that sponsors actually the prizes annually. And Madame Gabrielle, Bulgarian Commissioner responsible for youth, culture, sport, education, and research and development. So we needed these people because they are our ambassadors, so they spread the word. They talk about Bauhaus movement whenever they go, and they come and give us criticism if we've gone in the wrong direction. These are the very new members that just joined this high-level round table. You probably notice the most famous one is Francis Queret by far. He is the 2022 winner of the Pritzker Architecture Prize, and we're very honored that he sits on our panel now of personalities. What is this community? I did mention lots of non-political and not-for-profit organizations joined us as official partners. Their logos are on our website. One of those was BEDA, very first partners, but so is Cumulus. And I'm happy to introduce the concept to people who would have an NGO, for example, interested to follow us. You could also be a friend. That is when you are for-profit or a publicly linked body. You can become a friend. That's a different role for our community. Friends are often those who actually offer a premise, for an event so that the partners can meet and discuss a topic, or they can actually offer expertise, know-how, contribute to developing projects in our lab with their knowledge, for example. So do become a friend or a partner. It's a very easy process. All you have to do is complete a form. And it doesn't, our talk takes 20 minutes. I hope so indeed. The festival was a great event, a 3-day event in Brussels, and beyond Brussels we had over 200 side events in member states, and it took place in La Gare Maritime in Brussels, or in a very recently refurbished old cargo station, and done in a very Bauhausian way, if you wish. And there we had the main speakers, the 60-odd speakers, all the lectures were taking place there. But then we also had evening activities, performing artists in center of Brussels. We would wish to have another festival in April of 2024, actually, because we are really exhausted from producing this big event. And our team is not even 20 people in charge of the initiative. So that's That's how the festival ended, with the prize laureates that were given on stage. These young people, I mean, a lot of them are young people because the prizes that we offer, one strand is for concepts and ideas, like yours, young people here in the audience, who can introduce their project in the web page for prizes and win a prize, as long as you're under 30 years of age on the date of the publication of our annual prize edition. The first strand is for completed projects, so there we have a more mature pipeline of projects. And next year, we're thinking of introducing a third strand. The prizes will open again in December, and this time you'll have an opportunity to submit projects, ideas, and concepts for educational and learning purposes. So if you're developing something like that, in terms of competency skills, we wish to link the prizes, obviously, to the new European Year of Skills 2023. I look at my screen, 3 minutes to go. I'm promising you, you will go for lunch in 3 minutes. So very quickly, 6 projects, very big ones, were given some money from Horizon program. We call them the Lighthouse Demonstrators. They're in over 15 locations in Europe. They abide by our pillars, so they are green, thinking of the planet. They're also very inclusive. There's affordability element in it, and then they also offer a better living space, or not living, or maybe built or non-built space, so people feel good about it. They recognize it as something contributing to the community. It could be also the way of bringing generations together. They're very varied, but they can be seen on our website. For example, the last one, called Désiré, spans from several different European countries and cities. So these are really big projects in the sense that it's not just one university with one faculty that comes to claim 5 million, but it's really substantial processes coming together to conceptualize a project. And so we are now funding them and thinking of how to fund new money, how to find new, be it Horizon or other type of European funds for purposes of another generation of lighthouses. Just recently, there was a new call, because obviously the initiative would only see transformation and real tangible results if we find funding for these projects and ideas. There's so very many and so great. So one call was open under the umbrella of the European Urban Initiative. So this is something run by the Commission as well. It's worth 50 million, and it's for urban authorities to come up with projects. It just opened on October 11th, and it's running until December, mid-January, when we close. We will be looking to fund 20-odd projects for 50 million, as long as they have ideas about the 4 bullets there you see. They're very much into the spirit of cohesion policy. Again, the Regional Development Department is funding this call on behalf of European Commission initiative. One final word. The war was mentioned several times. Part of our reflection within the team is how to help rebuild Ukraine. We would wish to be able, for our school of thought, to contribute to rebuilding, repurposing destroyed buildings in Ukraine, etc. So we have a reflection group. It's a very complicated process, but we're not starting from nowhere. You know, we have a great architect. You may recognize the Japanese architect Shigeru Bam, who is on our high-level roundtable personalities board. He was very quickly able to mobilize himself and his team and to go and help refugees camps. First one was in Poland, and then you see some outside of Paris, and all he did was to install some paper partitioning so that these people, these families who were coming en masse, would have some privacy. So this is something real that happened on the ground in the first months of the war, and we would wish to continue with the reflection. That's our new joint research center building in Sevilla. So part of our team sits in Brussels, but we have a lot of researchers in Sevilla, and it's not far away from here. The new campus will be refurbished in a beautiful, sustainable, inclusive type way. I hope there was a contest for it, and we have a winner with fantastic proposals. That's it. Communication, super important. We're very big on Instagram. Young people do like us because we post beautiful pictures. You can find us anywhere. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on the website. You can actually just become a subscriber, you as an individual. All you have to do is put your name and your email address, and you'll receive a monthly newsletter from the initiative, and you would know what's going on. You'll be updated. I have 0 minutes left. So this is us, and I do thank you. Enjoy lunch. Come to talk to me in the break. Voila.
Thank you very much, Ms. Borislava.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
That was a great presentation, and it was a lot of information to fit in that
Absolutely,
short time.
yes.
There's no doubt at all that the new European Bauhaus Initiative is a very important initiative in the European design ecosystem. As we saw, many activities have been developed under its framework already, and we're really looking forward to its future successes.
Yeah, that's very true. If you check your badges, you will see that on the back side there's a QR code, and that QR code takes you to the agenda. Why am I saying this? Because, Helen, I'm getting hungry.
Are you?
I am.
I am,
I'm
actually.
very hungry. Anybody else hungry? I think that's what I thought. I think we should take a well-deserved lunch break. Lunch will be served upstairs in the main hall, and we all look forward to see you back here at 2:45. So have a great lunch. Buen provecho.
Bon appétit.
I know. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is just to let you know that we will be giving you 5 more minutes of quality time, and we will start in 7 or 8 minutes. Okay, so just relax, enjoy. It's a beautiful place. So have fun and chat and network and all these things that you can do right now. Thanks a lot.
Protecting creativity is a must in today's business landscape. At the European Union Intellectual Property Office, we are experts in protecting intellectual property, and we are here to help our customers unlock their highest potential in Europe and beyond. Intellectual property has a measurable impact. IP-intensive industries contribute significantly to the EU's gross domestic product and are strong employment drivers. For small and medium enterprises, investing in IP helps boost their results. Protection is secured by registration. While we are very proud to be the European Trademark and Design Registration Office since 1994, our aim is to become the European Union one-stop shop for protecting intellectual property in all its forms. The cornerstone of our approach to IP protection is collaboration, not only with the European Commission and Parliament or with our fellow EU institutions and agencies, but especially with the IP offices and user associations from all member states of the European Union. We are also the Observatory on Infringement of Intellectual Property Rights, coordinating stakeholders all over Europe to fight piracy and counterfeiting. And we are part of a strong network of partners, like the European Union Intellectual Property Network, with a mission of enhancing protection of intellectual property rights in Europe and all over the world. The EUIPO has developed strong ties with Latin America, Africa, Asia and beyond, while implementing key EU cooperation projects in the field of IP. We are a self-financed, decentralized EU agency governed by a management board and a budget committee, each composed of representatives from the member states, the European Parliament and the European Commission. The EUIPO campus, which hosts employees from the 27 European member states and experts from third countries, is located in Alicante, Spain. Comprised of 3 connected buildings with state-of-the-art sustainable building technology that has won the highest award in their field. From meeting rooms with the latest technical features for presential and distant meetings, to an auditorium that can accommodate over 400 guests, the EUIPO campus is in constant development to maintain the highest environmental, safety and comfort standards for its staff and visitors. We foster an inclusive environment of respect, trust and confidence, where our staff works together in teams, openly sharing expertise and ideas, while looking for innovation, continuous improvement and learning. The EUIPO has been considered the most innovative IP office in the world on various occasions. We are committed to offer our stakeholders the most advanced tools in the field, backed up by a robust digital backbone and cutting-edge data governance technology. Developments in blockchain and artificial intelligence continue ongoing, and the EUIPO is leading or taking part in a variety of European and worldwide projects in emerging technologies to ensure that everyone can access the IP rights that best suit their business needs. With ongoing projects like the DesignEuropa Awards or Ideas Powered for Business, we are bringing intellectual property closer to everybody, while generating IP value for businesses and citizens. The EUIPO is here for entrepreneurs, SMEs and large companies, as well as institutions, students and citizens. We strive to deliver the highest level of quality in the services we offer, always with our customers at our heart. We are Europe. We are the EUIPO.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much. Welcome back to all of you who've come back on time. And also to the rest, of course.
You couldn't resist, could you?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't resist. I hope you really enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. It was well deserved. It's been a very intense morning, and the time has now come for our next panel. Let me tell you, design is not just about beauty and aesthetics. It's also about market relevance. Many companies use design as a core part of their business strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear more in the panel, Protect Your Assets. The impact of design on the value of business.
And to moderate this panel, allow me to introduce Dr. Nathan Weissman, the Chief Economist of the EUIPO. Now, he is the Chief Economist, which may sound a little bit boring to some people, not all people. I like numbers. But he is also a very talented photographer, so the perfect mix of the creative and the analytical. Nathan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that nice introduction. So I'm an economist. That's the hat I'm wearing, although I'm not wearing any. And so before I introduce the stellar panel to you, I want to give you a few numbers. That's what we economists do, right? We do numbers. Because designs, we heard a lot about, let's say, the beauty and the importance for saving the planet and the education and other good things this morning, and that's all true. But in the end, companies engage in designs because they want to sell products. Right? They want to sell products, they want to make money. That's in the end what it's about. We heard the example of the iPhone, actually, which is a wonderful example, by the way, of a design-driven business, because Apple did not invent the smartphones, right? There were smartphones around well before the iPhone. But what Apple did was to take the concept and make it better, and became very successful, as they have done with many other products. So, last week we published a study, EUIPO published a study on the importance of IPR-intensive industries in the EU economy. It's a joint study with the European Patent Office, and I just want to give you a few key numbers regarding the importance of sectors that use designs intensively. Those sectors provide 13% of employment in the European Union, and they generate 15.5% of GDP in the EU. And looking at trade with the rest of the world, we also see very much that design-intensive industries are a key competitive advantage for the EU economy. Overall, in 2019, the European Union had a trade surplus of 294 billion euros vis-à-vis the rest of the world. The design-intensive industries actually had a surplus of 218 billion euros, as did the patent-intensive industries, by the way. And then there are some other ones that had a deficit. That's why it only adds up to 294. But my point is that these sectors contribute a lot to Europe's economy on a macro level and to the economy of individual countries. In the panel, which I will introduce in a moment, we have panelists from Denmark, Hungary, the Netherlands, and Poland. So if I pick the country of my birth, Poland, in Poland, 17.6% of GDP is generated in the design-intensive industries, and 14.9% of employment in Poland is generated in those industries. So both of these are above the EU average. And looking at the filings of registered designs here at EUIPO in the year 2021, Poland was the 6th largest filing country of registered designs. So this is an example of a country that's really is both generating the innovation in the country, as reflected in the filings of registered community designs, and is producing the goods and services that result from that, so helping the economy. So this is all well and good, right? I mean, these are numbers, the big numbers, what's a billion between friends? I mean, that's all sounds a bit abstract. So therefore, we're going to take a company perspective. And we have with us here a panel of 4 people, as I mentioned, who will tell us how what role designs play in the companies, in their businesses. So the first panelist is Hanni van Iersel, who is with Philips. She's the head of trademark and design at Philips, based in Eindhoven. And her company was the winner last year of the Europe Design Award in Eindhoven for the IntelliView IntelliView X3 portable patient monitor. So we're talking medical technology here. The second panelist is Mr. Wojciech Radomski from Poland. He's the CEO and co-founder of Stedhome, which is also a medical device that is designed to detect abnormalities in the lungs to scan for various diseases. The third panelist is from my other country, Denmark, Niels Markus Pedersen, who is the CEO of his own design company. He has been around the world. He has lived in Shanghai and worked there, but he's back in Denmark now, and he too has won a Europe Design Award, this one in 2018, for the Airport Go 2.0 backdrop system. So these are all products, well, this is certainly, not all of us get to use medical devices, but certainly all of us, I think you've all, most of you have flown here, so you've certainly used the airport backdrop system. So very good to have you with us. And last but not least, we have Anna Shoni, who is the founder of her own design studio. You are based in Dubai, I believe, or...
Not anymore.
Sorry? Not anymore. Okay, very good. But Anna is actually responsible for many products, for designing many products, but I want to mention the product with which she was also actually a finalist in our first Europe Design Award in 2016. And that product is special because we have it right there. If you've been out in the central part of our campus, then you've seen some very nice benches which you can do funny things with. Well, this is the lady who is responsible for designing those benches. Okay, so with that as the introduction, I will now ask each of the, I think some of you have PowerPoints, well, all of you have presentations to varying degrees. So Hanni, we'll start with you. Please tell us your story and the story of your company.
Yeah, oh, well, I'm already 28 years with Philips, so it almost feels like my story. But we just had lunch. So then I decided what to do, make it a little bit interactive to make sure that you are paying attention. So how many of you know Philips products? And I think you all know them because you use them in your home. Right. Then how many of you know Philips medical equipment products? Only a few. And how many of you did pay attention when you were scanned, when someone just put your arm on a plate or put your head first into a scanning device? Probably no one. You just close your eyes and hope that they will take care of it and that everything will be fine. So does that mean that design in medical equipment does not matter? I hope not. I hope it matters a lot. But before we can answer that question, we first have to look into what kind of value models are there. And now I have to do the magic with the device. So in Philips, we really like to make life easy. So what we do, we work with 4 value models. So the first value model is one that most of you are familiar with. It's a commercial model, and where you can license your IP. The best example nowadays for Philips is that all Philips television sets that you see are not Philips owned, but brand licensees of the Philips brand. So actually it's a different company that is making the devices. We solely license our brand. Then on the other end of that spectrum, you have the mitigation model, where you try to mitigate, so you prevent that you have to pay royalties to another company. And then on the, is that also on your right? Yeah. On your right-hand side, you have the defensive model, where you look into how can I create my freedom to operate. So how, if I protect a nice design, how do I make sure that lookalikes are not entering the market? And then in the up right quadrant, you see the exclusivity model. It's where you make most money out of your products and where you have head-on competition. Is anybody questions about these models? No. So let's zoom in into the exclusivity model, where you really have to play with all the IP that you can have on a product. So what are we looking then at? So what you see here is a patient monitor, and it monitors vital signs of a patient. The patient usually does not see that. You're laying there in your bed, the patient monitors over there. Most likely your visitors will see it, the nurses, the doctors, but you yourself will not. How do you protect such a simple device? It's just a screen with some lines on it. So what we do there is, for the exclusivity model, we cover it, we protect it through patents. We also look into copyright, which becomes more and more important, especially for your software. In lots of countries, you first need to have a registered copyright before you can enforce your rights. And then, of course, your trademarks. The strongest connection is when you can connect your trademark through a design and through a patent. Then also your trade secrets. What is your secret sauce? What is your Coca-Cola recipe that you don't want to disclose to the outside world? And last but not least, the designs. And how important then is the design in this whole IP control point coverage of such a product? And to be able to answer that, we again have to look a little bit more deep into what kind of product is there and what kind of users are there. So what you see here is on your left-hand side, you see a fetal monitor. It monitors the heart rhythm of the fetus. They just put it on a mom's belly. In the middle, you see the IntelliView, the one that won the awards. And on the right-hand side, you see a general ward station. So what this basically does, it shows the vital signs of all the patients in a ward on a computer screen, and you can select a patient and then zoom into the vitals. And why is this important? Because the real question that you have to answer before you can determine if it has value to protect your designs through design patents is, what is here the customer? The fetal monitor, is the mom the customer? She will not buy it. She will just go to a hospital, may not even know what kind of fetal monitors that they are using, and they will just stick it onto her belly. So then does the design of such a fetal monitor, does that matter? What do you think? Does it matter? Yes, it matters a lot. Because the more the mom is at ease, the better the vitals are, the more reliable the measurements are. So it is very important that you have a really nice design. But then, if you look into the C-suite, so the people that buy the equipment in the hospital, do they care? Do they care how much, what the product looks like? Also for them, it is important, because the shorter a patient stays in the hospital, the better it is for their revenues. So there you already see that there are a lot of aspects that really prove that design matters. But the fetal monitor is still really a physical design. You have different components, you can stick it onto a belly. And then we move to the center, then it already becomes look-alike, a little bit like a computer screen. So then the question still is, how can we protect this through designs? So luckily we could protect it through designs. But why is also the design of the user interface important? Because you can also protect your IP through user interfaces. So not only it's only a future for people that look to the hardware, so to say, or is there also a future for all the designers that are active in the world of the user interfaces and user experience? And there you see also that there the role of designs is really important. Because even though this looks like a very simple product, actually it's very complicated. You can configure almost anything you see on that monitor. And nurses are being trained to be able to configure everything, set the right alarms for the right patients, and they see from a distance, hey, I've been trained on this monitor, so I can operate it. That means if there is an emergency, they don't have to question themselves, can I operate this at all? But they just know, okay, oh, this is the one, this is a Philips one, I know how to operate this, I know what to do with this patient, I can help him. So that makes the user interface very important. Then at the right end, then it's really software only, it's just screens, so oh, sorry guys, you're hardware designers. No future for you. But should we protect all the aspects of the user interface? Because there's so many user interfaces, so many user experiences, so many solutions, and we don't have that deep pockets. And then what if we have protected it? Can we then also enforce our rights? We cannot go to the supermarket and see if there is a Philips shaver. We cannot go to a supermarket then and see if they have medical equipment. We cannot even go into the hospital where this is shown. Normally only relatives are welcome in the hospital. So then is there a point in filing IP on your designs? Yes, it certainly is. Because also what we see is that more and more companies are coming close to the market leader. And this then is also one of the downsides of being Philips and being the market leader in these devices, is that lots of companies try to mimic the user interface and the user experience. So we have to protect it and make sure that they will not come too close. And luckily there are also big conferences that we can go to. There's also a lot of documentation available on the internet, also on the second-hand. There's also second-hand markets where we can gain a lot of information and make sure that we can enforce our rights. So the conclusion is also in healthcare, design and design patterns do matter. Any questions?
Yes. On the floor. Do we have a mic?
Sure.
Just a second.
I have a question. You said the interface, and you want to protect it so that nobody else does the same. Say now that you have the world's best interface. Does that mean that other companies will only get secondary interfaces, which means that the mom that's going to be examined, she will only get second-rate healthcare?
Of course not. It's the measurements in that case that is most important, that you give good healthcare. But the design and user experience can certainly help in putting patients at ease, so that they are not, so they are calm and that you can scan them in a correct way. But I don't think there is a correlation between good design and good healthcare, if that is what you meant.
A longer discussion. Let's take that later.
Okay, it's hard for me to see, so I can't really tell if there are any other requests from the floor. Okay, well, there will be an opportunity, I think, once we have had all the 4 presentations. Well, thank you very much for this. I will now turn to Wojciech Radomski, who is also in the medical devices business in this case. This is the product, StatHome. How do you StatHome? StatHome, okay. But of course, this is a different scale than Philips. So now we see it from let's say, a smaller company perspective. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Wojciech, and I'm the CEO of Stetomy for the last 6 years. And I would like to share with you the role of the design in our company from a bit different perspective than Philips, because, of course, comparing the sizes, it's much different. Yeah. So maybe first I will start to tell you a few words what we are doing, so you will have better understanding. And as we have a lot of students here, I think it will be interesting to share you the story behind Stetomy and how the design was important in that story to bring us to the place where we are right now with all those successes that we are having. So the device that you can see on the screen, in fact, is an electronic stethoscope. So we have moved the device which was used for the last 200 years only by the doctors in their medical offices to the patient's home. So from an experienced person who was trained many years to use these devices, we have moved it to lay people who doesn't even know what the stethoscope is. And that was a very big challenge in terms of designing a solution to be valuable for the patient. Besides it's a stethoscope and it records the sounds, the biggest value it provides, these are the AI algorithm. And we have managed to create the first and only AI algorithm which are certified as a medical device to recognize what is happening in the lungs and provide values to the final customers. So moving back to the history and the role of the design in our company, I was on the first year of the university. I created my first company that was IT Software House. We've been running it for 10 years, and we created as a typical startup. We started as a typical startup in the basement without, any fancy furniture. And at that time, we didn't know what the design word means because we were IT engineers and we were simply coding some solutions. But after 10 years of doing projects for our customers, in about middle of the time, we were approached by Concordia Design. Concordia Design is an hub in Poznań, Poland, in my city where I live, which combines the different companies touching different areas of the design, from architecture to designing clothes, furniture, and finally to IT professionals who are able to implement all those different designs. So at that time, we were invited to join that community, and that was a very big success for us because we moved from the basement to the most prestigious building in the city. So we were not able to afford any big office. We started with 20 square meters in that office, and we finished with the biggest office in that building, and finally we have to left it because there was no any more space for us. But that time was very important for our career, because at that time we met with the best designers, with the best people creating different artworks, and we met a lot of important people who helped us to structure our minds and start thinking about design. So after 10 years, I decided that I need to use my experience from IT, my business experience, and my design experience that I gained in Concordia Design to create something significant for the world, to create a global product, global medical product that will mean something and that will really change something in the world. So this is how we started working on Stetomy. And as a small company, we had a lot of tough decisions to be made. One of them was the design of the medical product. We all knew that it's changing over time, but many years ago, the design for medical products was not important at all. Those devices were ugly in the hospitals. Nobody was taking care about that. As we mentioned and as we saw a minute ago, this changes significantly. But we had this tough question. With those limited budgets, as a very small company, should we start investing for us at that time huge amounts of money into something what is called design? And at that time, we took a very good decision because we said yes, and we hired the best designers to create the industrial design for us, the shape of the device, the logotype, and design the name. So that resulted in working with Michał Bonikowski, who is a very good designer. He created the shape of the device, and Minima Advertising People. Those two companies helps us to get significant successes in the world. We received EVE Design Award, and we were one of the finalists last year here. But what is also really important for us, that design is not only how the device looks. I would even say it's much more important how you design the processes of using this particular product. For example, this chair is beautiful, but it's not comfortable at all. This is not what we wanted to achieve with our product, and we spent a lot of time into thinking how to implement different UX and UI solutions to make sure that the product will be useful for the final patients. So that was a very big challenge to combine, those usability things with those technical things and external design. And I will give you one example how thinking about those processes of using your product in the future is important. Traditional stethoscope is made from metal. Metal gets cold. It's cold. When you put it on the small child's body and it feels something cold is touching them, they automatically start crying. So because it's something uncomfortable for them. So we have thought about it and we said, okay, we have to remove metal from our stethoscope so the device will be warmer than the usual one. And we have created a special material that is, we called it soft touch. So when you put it on the body, the kid feels comfortable. And as a result, you have better quality recordings, which then may be analyzed by the doctor and by our artificial intelligence. So this is just one of the examples which shows that not only look is important, but also designing the processes and the use cases is also extremely important. And final point here, as we are a startup company, and then I mentioned we have limited budgets. We are still not EBITDA positive, so we are still have to look for the financing. We have to look for the investors, and in fact, for them, having a product which is really well designed is also very important because they see that you have a professional approach, so there are much higher chances that your product will be recognizable on the whole world. So thank you for this opportunity to share my story, and of course, if there are any questions, I will be happy to tell you more.
Thank you very much. This was really nice. I think both presentations that we've had up till now, they illustrate very nicely this principle of the saying doing well by doing good, right? Because you have created products that obviously help humanity, to use a big word, and then hopefully, well, Philips I know is a beta positive. I very much hope that you will get there soon as well. So thank you very much. Are there any questions from the floor at this stage? I don't see any raised. Okay, one, please, Luisa. The microphone.
You are working on sanitary tools, but this is the future for your company, or you want to remain this sector, or want to amplify the research?
So the biggest value of our solution, these are the AI algorithm and analysis of the data. And this is where we see potential. Because we are living in the world where we have lack of the doctors, and this is a huge problem worldwide. And we are moving into home healthcare, delivering more and more devices to the patient's homes. But those devices are generating data. And that data has to be analyzed by somebody. We have lack of the doctors, so we have no people to analyze this data. This is where AI plays a very important role, and this is where we want to stick. And there is still a lot of potential in combining the device analysis and artificial intelligence when it comes to lungs. Right now we are focusing on kids with asthma, but there are other chronic diseases which can be tackled. For example, COVID was also a great case for us, where we were helping thousands of people with our devices, and we saved a lot of lives. So this shows that there is still a lot of space in this area, and we want to stick it.
Okay. I actually have a question for you as well. In terms of, so as a startup, obviously when Philips designs a new product, it's pretty clear that, who's going to manufacture it, what are the marketing, because those things are obviously already established. It's a very old company. In your case, you're a startup. So how did you approach that angle of it, the production and the marketing of your device?
So 6 years ago when we started, I was IT engineer by training, and I was a businessman running a company. And I didn't have a clue about the medical devices. I didn't have a clue about manufacturing medical devices. I didn't have a clue about protecting design, anything. We learned everything by hiring good people. But again, with limited budgets, we were not able to afford to hire somebody with experience from Philips, because we just simply didn't got those budgets. So we focused on young people with creative minds, and we simply were learning by doing. So for example, my friend who was the best engineer on the polytechnics, but he never touched the production. He was responsible for the production, and after 5 years, now we can manufacture any number of the devices we want. So learning by doing mistakes and improving.
This is a wonderful message for the young people in this room, so listen carefully here. There may be job opportunities with other startups of the type just described.
Yeah, to add on that, it's really, in these times, you can find everything in the internet. You can speak to Philips. It's also possible. We had this possibility in the very beginning. We took part in the competition. We were 3 months working with Philips and gaining experience from their engineers. So this is just an example that you do not need to have huge budgets to create really nice products.
Great. Thank you very much. We now move to Niels Markus Pedersen, who is the creator of the Ergo 2.0 baggage handling system, which won the Design Award. Was it last year or was it in 2018?
Yeah.
In 2018.
Yeah.
Please.
Yes, and I would like to tell you about how we use design thinking to build our business. And you already know my name, and I'm a mechanical engineer by background, and I'm the 4th generation in Markus Pedersen. And back in 2011, I took over the workshop from my father, and from the beginning, we discussed what to do, and we've decided to focus 100% on airports. And today, we have made check-in systems, and we have made self-service backdrop systems and security checkpoints and modular seating for airports. And I'll tell you about an idea of a product, how we made that an idea into our product installed in airports worldwide. In 2011, when we started up, I was traveling a lot, and often I was standing in a queue somewhere in an airport. And sometimes I was stressed, and I saw a lot of stressed people around me. I saw the other passengers, I saw the staff, they were stressed as well. Everybody was stressed. And we started to think about, in some way, how could we help these people, and how could we solve this? And we thought about why it's not possible just to check in your bag yourself when you want. So that was actually the beginning. And then we decided to start a project. We were 3 people at the time. We were industrial designer, Sarah, and a mechanical engineer, Jacob, and then myself. And we started up by visiting an airport and actually go behind the check-in counters and talk to the staff and try to learn about the check-in process and learn about the challenges in their job. And then we observed passengers and the staff in the airport. And actually quite fast we found out that we needed to do something that was simple. In this context, things just had to be simple and intuitive to use. So we started building some mock-ups and had some different design concepts, and actually we built them in the airport, and we took the users, the passengers and the staff in the airport, we took them to our small space in the airport. And we tested ergonomics and we tested usability, and we got a lot of good feedback. And simultaneously, in the picture, in the lower picture to the left, that was in our workshop. My father, he wondered a little bit that in the past we did furniture in this workshop, but now we started to build up a technical mock-up, and we installed some scanners for scanning barcodes, and we started to find the best way to scan a barcode on a suitcase together with some technology companies. And in the end, we actually found out that we had made a good product. And then we had an airport, and they were interested. We used a lot of time on materials and surfaces as well, because this environment in an airport, it's very, very tough. And at one point, actually, the airport came to our workshop, and we had some nice panels with paint, and they had some suitcases, and then they started to scratch our panels to see both if it was scratched, but also if the casters, if they made the rubber lines that you could not remove in cleaning. So, but everything was approved, and we started to build the backdrops. And in the picture, actually to the right, that's me in India, where we're installing backdrops. The first 5 backdrops we made ourselves, the 3 of us. So it was Sarah, the designer, and she had the small fingers, so she could screw when it was necessary, where I couldn't get my fingers in. And then it was Jacob and me, and we assembled the backdrops ourselves, and we installed the backdrops. And then later on, we got colleagues, and in India, actually, I was there with my colleague, and all the yellow guys, they're not working, they're just observing me installing a backdrop. Yeah. So this is the finished result of our backdrop. And the idea is you go to a kiosk when you enter the airport, like self-service kiosk, and you put a tag on your bag, and then you go to our self-service backdrop, and you put the bag on the conveyor, and then we scan the tag with some scanners we have in this area with the conveyor. And to the right, that's our kiosk part, that's the human-machine interface, made very, very simple. And we succeeded in creating a very, very fast process, and our product was user-friendly, and it was easy to use, and it was also easy to clean and easy to maintain. You can pull out the conveyors, so everything is we came in some way a little bit from the furniture industry, so all the competitors at this time, they were like, I'm a mechanical engineer myself, so it's okay I say that they were mechanical engineers doing machinery, and it would be very doable, but you didn't want to leave your suitcase alone with this machine. And ours was more like a piece of furniture. And then we tried to think in a modular system because we knew that at a point very fast, new technologies will come to the airport. So we tried to think about, for example, RFID reading of a bag tag. Even if the customer did not ask for that, we already prepared the product for that, or for payment solutions or biometric solutions. We thought about it in the beginning. And then I think it's nice, pleasing design, and it has a quite small footprint in the terminal building compared to our competitors, and that is very doable. So this is the situation. Maybe you think that this is a COVID picture. I just went to an airport on a COVID, but it's not. This is actually Hamburg Airport on a normal day not in rush hour maybe, but a normal day. So it worked, and we got a lot of good feedback from the airport, increased capacity, and also our passengers, they got a better experience. And we started to get a lot of good feedback from our on our product. And then we started to think about, okay, how we found a business here that is quite interesting. We can do something in the airports with our product and our approach to use design as a driver. So we have designed this is a mobile motorized counter that run to the number 2 in the top. And number 3 is it's a security checkpoint. When you go from land side to air side, then you use this quite traditional actually design of a security checkpoint. And then we have done modular seating as well. And then in 2018, we won this DesignEuropa Award, and I still talk with Sarah about this quite often because it was a very big day for us. We were happy, but also it gave some attention. So some of the airports, they started to look in our direction. And actually today, we are across Europe in a lot of airports, and also in North America and in India as well. And we are supporting airports everywhere, but also we are processing thousands of bags every day. So how did a small Danish company suddenly succeeding winning big projects worldwide? That was because of our approach to design. And we try to, it's a model from a book somewhere, but this feasibility and desirability and viability, try to combine it and unite it, and then be very, very design driven. So yeah.
Thank you very much. I thought that last slide was really excellent and interesting because again, I go back to the presentations that we had this morning, where the point was made that design is not just about making beautiful things. It's about designing. That there was talk about sustainability. There was you obviously considered how you were going to manufacture, low production runs and so on. So low tooling costs are needed. So I think these 3 products that we have seen, they obviously all have an attractive outward appearance, what we in daily language call design, but it's much more than that, right? It's really much more than that. They are not, let's say, they are not beautiful in a conventional sense. I don't think so. Although perhaps your product maybe comes closest. It could almost be something in my kitchen or something like that. Just from the pure appearance standpoint. But certainly, most of us do not have medical devices in our homes, and certainly none of us have baggage handling systems in our homes. But still, it's really a nice illustration of the complexity that we're talking about, really, when we're talking about design. Any questions at this stage? Yes, please. Microphone.
Thank you. Thank you for great presentations, all 3 of you, and there's one still coming, the perfect one, I'm sure. A question to Markus. Can you tell us, or you probably said it, but I forget, how long did you work to design for the whole production development and service development process, including design? So when did you start, and when did you have the first ones rolling in the airports already? And then another question, you said in your presentation that you started receiving good feedback. My question is, good feedback from who? The end users, the travelers, or the airport staff, or what was the value chain in that respect?
Yes. When it came to the process of designing and making the first backdrop, it actually went quite fast, and it was a process where actually Sarah and I, we worked a lot for a meeting with an airport, and then the night when we thought that we would present our project for them, we found out that this is the wrong way. It's not right. It doesn't feel right. There's another direction that is more right. Then we got a little stressed, and we postponed the meeting a few days, and then we presented the Ergo. And that was because we wanted to include all passenger groups in our product. So we want to, if you had reduced mobility or in a wheelchair or something, we want to have one product for everybody. And that night we found out that the direction was different. And from that day it actually went quite fast, but then it was also, we built a lot of prototypes. It was a big advantage that we had my father's workshop. So we could, we could build the prototypes. We could go to the airport just next to our place, and we could present it, and we could ask the passengers and the airport staff. And actually, it was the top level in the airport that had some strategies that they actually would like to go in this direction. But it was a lot of the advice we got from users. That was the service guys that need to maintain it later. And actually, I still got, when I'm in Aalborg Airport, in Copenhagen Airport, in the airports, they still remember us. So when I walk there, also the cleaning guys in some of the airports, they come to me and tell me, oh, we have an idea. Next time you do this, please, there's an edge here. Water can go down there. Can you remove it to the middle or something? So actually, we got value from a lot of different places in the airport parties.
Thank you. I think what is something very much worth noticing is that the process you created in a relatively short time, exactly as you say, would probably not have been possible if you would not have been able to create a trust.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and this is maybe also related to design, that you can only work successfully with design if all parties have a shared trust.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And actually, I think my colleague Sarah, she's very good at meeting people in check-in or the passengers or the staff in the airport. They are like colleagues when they meet, and then they tell her everything. So it's been perfect.
Did you have to convince the airport to enable you to test in place the solution you were putting through? Because it's not always the case that the client wants you to test. They always want the final solution ready and functioning.
Yeah, but actually, they wanted to be part of the process, the first airport. And actually, we still, in a lot of the projects we have, we still find out that the airport, they would like to see actually a mock-up and comment on our design. And sometimes the difficult part is sometimes we have had projects where the customer already have an idea how should it look like, and then we come and then we have another idea, but we can't tell them because we know that we have to take it step by step. And then at one point they actually ask for like a real mock-up one-to-one that can where we can show them the design, and then they like it, and then they think they did it, and they did it. So
thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Now we turn to our last panelist, Anna Soni from Hungary, who I guess you're the most, let's say, it's not that any of you are, the other three are not pure, but you're the purest designer here, I think, on this panel, because I have the impression that much of your work is work that you do for other companies.
Yeah.
So please, let's hear your story.
Okay. So I'm going to stand up because it's really uncomfortable, this chair. And I'm going to go there because I have written down my speech. And so my speech, as I'm a designer, is a little bit more abstract also than the previous ones. And I'm going to showcase a couple of projects because I'm working in very, like a lot of various fields of design, and I'm a multidisciplinary designer, I would say. So I'm going to start by speaking about the meaning of design in my work and life. Because being a designer, when I have to talk about design and its meaning, I talk about it as an activity rather than this intangible thing, a theory or something that people have opinions about its direction, development, and importance in our everyday lives. Design is kind of a base layer for me. I make my small and big decisions around it because design is something I wake up and love doing every single day. When I had to sit down and make an idea about what I would like to share here, funnily, I decided to share my own perspective, the perspective of a designer. Therefore, today I'm going to talk about design as a verb rather than a noun. The most exciting part of my work is that I have the opportunity to wear different hats for different projects, tasks, places, clients, events, etc. And as time goes by and I grow wiser, I naturally shift my attitude towards how and what I want to be doing. I'm going to show 5 kind of design-related activities to achieve certain goals through 5 of my projects, and I'm going to explain which kind of hat I decided to put on when I worked on that particular project. So these 5 kind of hats is the engineer, the environmentalist, the artist, the psychologist, and the human being. So the first one is the engineer. This is the most commonly understood one. Some projects require a bit more rational approach. When I have to think like an engineer, my main goal is to create efficient and comfortable products which are well-balanced, well-working, durable, and can be understood by anyone. This was the case when I created these street lighting pole brackets for Obrilla. I didn't overcomplicate it. They are simple, very easy and efficient to manufacture, very durable. They can fit into almost any kind of environment. The design is based on level 1 geometric shapes, yet the reduction of forms is an advantage here as it resonates timeless aesthetics and will not go out of fashion, hopefully, until we need street lighting poles and use wire lighting technology. So next one is the artist. The artist is the opposite of the engineer. As an artist, you don't really think about functionality or efficiency. You either want to convey a personal or socio-economical message through visuality, hearing, or sense, or just simply enjoy creating beautiful things for your own or others' aesthetic pleasure. I'm fascinated by mathematics, the exploration of infinity, perspective, geometry, and optical illusion, and I think I get sometimes influenced by the works of Escher and Buckminster Fuller, and I just go and create objects that explore these values. This is where the artist comes to surface in me, when I can create without having to create. These are design objects, small sculptures that can actually function as decorative trays. Now, for artists, society has given the right not to consider material or environmental issues while creating new things because art is beyond material. However, for us designers, one of our main responsibilities is to create less material instead of more, and to create more services to be able to create less material. This is what André Ricard managed to beautifully put in words in his acceptance speech of last year's Lifetime Achievement Award. Our main task is to create ecosystems and thus to create circular economies in order for our species and humanity to survive. His message resonates with one of my projects I'm currently working on in Hungary. As a designer, you're always dreaming of having your own brand of products. I think almost every one of us has that dream. To be honest, I gave up on it already since a while because I was having the same concerns. Why should I create products and new things in this world which is already product polluted? What's the point? Around 2 years ago, we visited a stone manufacturer with one of my friends and fellow designers, Nora, and realized the issue with the extensive amount of discarded materials from the slab cut-offs. We then and there found our idea for our ecosystem that allows us to create physical products without the need for creating more material. We manufacture collectible design objects from stone slab leftovers. By this, actually, we are producing less waste instead of more. We are turning these slab cutoffs to furniture pieces by utilizing as much of the leftover slab area as possible, and we are using local manufacturing and distribution without long-distance shipping. We are currently testing this idea in Hungary with Multistone, the largest local stone manufacturer in the country, but we are aiming to extend this ecosystem to more countries because slab leftovers are everywhere. Our business model is to plug into a linear product life cycle of technical stone slabs. The availability of color and material range for our products is dynamic based on the availability of the cutoffs in the factories. Our first collection, Essentials, is a set of side and coffee tables. We are utilizing the cutoffs from the most commonly used 20 mm thick full-body technical stone slab from Slicestone and Technistone. The collection's products are durable and distinctive centerpieces designed to fit various style interiors. These are our prototypes, so it's not final, but this is what we started to be doing. These are the square top version of our tables. The design is fine-tuned for quick and efficient manufacturing and flat pack transportation. Our products come with the same warranties and certificate on the materials as they come for any other utilization for these same stone slabs. Now, mineral matters is one of many projects addressing an alarming issue we are having today on the practical level. However, true change can only happen if we work on the mental and psychological level of the consumer. We designers have the power to shape the conditioned perception of the end user, perceptions that connect certain functions and utilities with certain shapes and materials, and also vice versa. It is our responsibility to open up the minds of people and introduce products that are unexpected, yet they serve them. For example, this is what you expect from a seat or a bench, what should look like. It looks like a chair, or if it's a bench, it's a wider chair with seat and a backrest, from a material that feels nice when it's touching with the skin, and a structural frame that is durable in order that we don't fall down. So why does this white chair has to be static? Why can't we play with the shape and orientation by integrating movement and being able to adapt it to even better to the user's needs? We are able to create magic because we can create physical objects that can trigger our subconscious. We can facilitate people to open up to new ideas, inspire them to be curious, and to make them look at ordinary objects differently. The reaction of the people when they first see this bench is something like this. Or they start playing with it immediately, and instead of using it, they actually try to figure out how the mechanism works. It is incredible to realize the impact of what a piece of design can have on people's perception. And it is even more incredible because this extraordinary object and the RCD I registered for it is the reason why I'm standing here on this stage, being able to share my thoughts with you. The last 2 or 3 years were transformative for me, both on professional and personal level. I used to always run. I ran after projects, jobs. I was keeping myself busy and productive 24/7, but I slowed down and started to study my own feelings. I got calmer and I became more conscious about my decisions, more selective of the people around me, and prioritized my inner peace over material things. This change in me might be the side effect of the pandemic or just happened simply because I'm turning 40 next year, but it definitely gave me a new purpose which is embodied in the way I work and reflected on the designs I'm creating. This is a very important moment because this is the first time that I'm showing my latest design in public, and also because we have just submitted the RCD for it a week ago today. Yeah. I got commissioned to design a sculptural dining table for a Hungary-based woodworking brand, Timbart, and somehow it turned out that everything I explained a few moments ago is reflected in this product. It's a dining table inspired by a blurred story in nature, an image of a gigantic wood forest, and the serenity we can find for a few moments in such places through connecting with our humanity and understanding the scale of our bodies compared to the universe. We named it as Zen Table, and I integrated a special feature in the design, a built-in tray, which looks like as if it was carved out by melting, allowing the light to go through the tabletop like the sunlight passing over the crowns of the trees at the clearing. It also has a removable accessory and element which is closing off the hole in the table, bringing the tabletop to even, or can be used as a bowl if we turn it upside down. The table is made out of oak wood with a glass insert, and it's going to be officially launched as a product in a couple of weeks. I'm feeling honored to have the chance to speak about the meaning of design in my work and life in front of such an amazing audience in this beautiful building of EUIPO, and I would like to thank them for their work and having me feel part of their team ever since the first DesignEuropa Awards event.
Thank you very much, Anna. This was really fascinating. I don't know if there are questions, comments from the audience. Yes, over there on the edge.
I believe there was someone before.
Turn your mic on, please.
I believe there was someone before.
Yeah, there. Okay, but go
I
ahead.
I can wait, Nathan.
Okay.
Hi, thank you very much. My question might be for any of you, but maybe more for Marcus Pedersen. It's we have heard about the design process, and I would be interested to know about the when comes IP in this design process, and particularly for your product, because it's was so public in a way, because you were doing some testing and prototyping in the airport. So I'm wondering when you include your design protection, and especially which one do you protect when you do so many prototypes?
Yeah, actually that's a very good question. Oh. Does it work? Yeah. For the first project, when we knew how it would look like in the airport, then we got our first protection. And now, in general, when we have projects, when we know how the design will look like, we have started now to hand in the application. But it is a little difficult because things change, and also small details can make a difference in this in the protection. Okay. It's not a very good answer because actually it is a problem sometimes.
You had a question.
Yeah, thank you. Luis Berenguer from the European Patent Office. It's a question for Anna, but actually for the rest of panelists. I'm twisting a bit the topic of the panel. So I wanted to ask you, instead of the impact of design in your products, the impact of design awards in your products and in your careers. I don't know, have you seen a change? Anna, let's start by you.
Obviously, that's why I said this. Being part of the finalists in 2016 with my bench was a catalyst for me to start working on my own and get out of the corporate world. So it had a huge impact, and many people remember it, and it's like uncomparable with any other achievements I had so far. And I don't know what else to say. It's huge. It's a huge impact, yes. The only thing is that now, like, I hope that I will get some other designs, which I'm launching now, is going to be as successful as this one, so I will not have, like, the bench lady on my head anymore. So because people know me for that, and I would like to do more.
Yeah, for us, we used it in our marketing, and we could feel that when our customers heard about this award, they were quite impressed. And actually, for Sarah and I, and also the rest of the company, it gave us a lot of energy. And it was also important that it has been some quite tough years to do a lot of development and to travel a lot to install products. And it looks nice on pictures, but of course there have been a lot of problems with things, the supply chains and installing in India. And we did a lot of things that we didn't know a lot about when we did it. But actually, I got the call from Sarah when I was in India, in Bangalore, on a very bad day that we were shortlisted. I don't know. I got some kind of call from her, and that saved my day. And then later, then things just started to be more easy when you get an award like this.
So in our case, it's design is a part of a bigger puzzle. Compared to a bench, for a bench, design is one of the most important things because you put it in public spaces and you want to look it nice. When it comes to the medical stethoscope, it's more about the results it provides. We also have a very innovative product, so there's a lot of work in educating the community what this product may do. So it's an important puzzle, but not a crucial one.
And what we see is that in more and more countries, it becomes important that you have your product offerings covered by sufficient IP. What that means is that medical equipment you often sell through a tendering process, and as part of the tender you also need to show that you have won design awards, that you have patents implemented, and so on. So from that perspective it becomes more and more important.
Okay, thank you. Well, one last question before we finalize.
Hi, I'm Paula and I'm a design student. So I just wanted to ask Anna a little bit about your creative process and how do you come up with ideas and how do you bring them to life a little bit? Thank you.
It's always it's a different process for each product for me, but I tend to think a lot and do less kind of manual work. So I usually meditate a lot, so I have certain ideas which comes to me while meditating, and sometimes I put it down on paper and I test it, how it should work in a drawing or in a 3D model, if it could work physically or not, and how it could look like. So I would say I'm more like someone who thinks a lot and just puts the end result on the paper. If it's an aesthetic design thing, of course, if it's a utility, then it's or has another more important aspect than the look of it, then of course it's a totally different process.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to wrap up. I'm going to take advantage of the moderator's privilege and have a last word as well. I think Kari did the same thing this morning. When we had, you did as well, I think, yes. So when we had this informal vote earlier today about the humans versus the planet, I actually abstained because I thought that it was a false dichotomy. There is no contradiction, and I think the 4 presentations we have heard just now prove it better than I could ever express it, because all the products that we have seen here obviously they are for humans, they make our lives better in different ways, but they're also good for the planet. As an example, the reuse of construction waste material to make beautiful things. I mean, that's a great example of that. So I think what we have seen here, is that design is something complex. It involves many things, not just the way things look. But we have also seen how it enriches our life and helps the planet at the same time. So I think this is my personal takeaway from this great session. So thank you very much to the 4 panelists, and well, I just applaud them.
Shall we? Yep, let's go.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Thank you very much to the panelists. And I must confess, this wasn't boring at all. So
It wasn't.
What Helen said earlier, I mean, we now just really understand that Nathan is not boring at all. This is the proof that design truly makes a difference. And it is a powerful engine of economic growth.
It is indeed. And as many observatory studies have shown, companies that own IP rights have a much higher revenue per employee compared to companies that have not registered their creations.
That's true.
The Registered Community Design, or RCD, as its friends call it.
Yeah, we call it in-house.
In-house, it's RCD. It's the unitary IP right administered by the EUIPO to protect design, innovation, and creativity in all EU member states. We now have the chance to learn a bit more about this important IP right and how we at the EUIPO contribute to the EU's innovation, competitiveness, and growth through this and other IP rights that we also administer. We do a lot.
Yeah,
we really do.
Yeah, that's true.
And to tell us about all of this and more, please welcome Mar Portillo to deliver a presentation about the EUIPO in a nutshell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mar Portillo, and I work in the design area of the EUIPO. I am what we call a design examiner, so my job is to make sure that the applications that are filed here at the office fulfill the general requirements to be registered. I would like to tell you a small anecdote. A few months ago, 2 colleagues and I prepared a very similar presentation for the students of the Art School of Alicante. And on that occasion, we showed these students examples of the finalists and winners of the DesignEuropa Awards. And as you can imagine, to prepare that presentation, I spent days reading about these designs and listening to interviews with the designers. Well, some of those designers that I spent days watching on a screen turned out to be real people that are sitting in front of me today. So right now, for me, it feels like the audience is not only very big, but somehow also composed of celebrities. So that's a bit overwhelming, but I will try my best. Let's start with a bit of history. The EUIPO was founded in 1994 in Alicante, and back then it was called OHIM, Office for Harmonization in the Internal Market. It was located on a busy street in downtown Alicante, and its main initial goal was to create the community trademark, which was a completely new intellectual property right in that moment, because it offered protection in all countries of the European Union through one application only. At the beginning, the office had only a handful of staff, but the number of applications turned out to be much higher than expected. So the office expanded very quickly, and it had to move headquarters to Aguamarga, which is where you are sitting right now. This is the headquarters of Aguamarga in the late 90s when it was under construction. And this is the near future. This is what the EUIPO campus is going to look like once the last building under construction, this down here, is finished. But let me go back to a bit of history. It was right here in Aguamarga that the registered community design was born in 2003. It was meant to be a flexible and inclusive IP rights aimed at every type of user, from multinationals to individual designers. And it rapidly became another success story for the EU intellectual property system. But let me show you the first design that was filed at the office in 2003. It's an electronic calculator that had been already filed in Japan. It's from the company Casio. As you can see, we receive applications from all over the world, not only from European applicants. And actually, our first application came from this Japanese applicant. From that moment, the community design has grown exponentially, and in 2021, we registered our design 1.5 million. Do you also want to know what this design is? It's the TriCuro Go. This device is attached to a smartphone to check tension, shape, and mobility in your back. It is connected to an app so that you can also check the results of exercise and treatment directly on your phone. But between the first Casio calculator and the TriCuro Go, there has been a wide range of designs. So I thought you might also like to see some of these designs and know what exactly can be protected as a design. The first thing you need to know is that a registered community design protects the appearance of a product and not its function. So what you see is what you get protection for. But it can be as varied as these. Packaging for products, modular furniture, like this one, that can be a shelf, a table, or a stool, footwear, computer icons, like this one that you probably know. It can also be a set of typographic typefaces, graphic designs, a get-up, like the interior of this train by Deutsche Bahn. A get-up can also be a shop arrangement or the way a bar looks, like this example. A design can also be just a part of a product, not the whole product, like in this case where the applicant wants to protect only the yellow part of the shoe. A design can also be a two-dimensional ornamentation or surface pattern to be applied onto actual products like this purse. It can also be an extract of a website and even food, like these biscuits or this meat skewer. Of course, vehicles and vehicle parts of all kinds, even this flying car. This is inspired in the Greek horse Pegasus, and it is made with the highest quality materials and technology. According to its creators, the Slovak company Aeromobil, it can transform from a car to a plane, so from driving to flying, in less than 3 minutes. A design does not necessarily have to be something fancy that catches your eye. It can also be a technical hidden part of a product, like this engine. Of course, all sorts of electronic devices like this, which is a ring, it is not a bracelet, and it measures your sleep and workout patterns. And also these building to rebuild Notre Dame, and many more examples, of course. But let's talk about money now. How much does it cost to protect one of these beauties? Let's keep it simple. The general fee to protect a single design is €350, and it includes the registration and the publication of your design. Besides, the EUIPO has a fast-track service that allows registration of your design in only 2 days. The design is then protected for an initial period of 5 years, and it is possible to renew it for up to 25 years. The EUIPO has also implemented the SME Fund, which is a grant scheme designed to help European small and medium-sized enterprises to protect their IP rights. This is done through refunds of the application fee or refunds of an IP scan, which is an IP pre-diagnostic. You can find all the information related to the SME Fund on the EUIPO website, but just make sure you check it and apply for it before filing your design application. We are aware that the bureaucracy of filing an application of this type can seem overwhelming, and that's why the EUIPO is committed to making all its requirements and processes clear and understandable for its customers. And this refers to all its customers, from the bigger companies with a whole department specialized in intellectual property to the individual designers who are filing an application for the first time in his or her life. Most EUIPO staff is currently dedicated to improving our customer service, simplifying the website and online tools, and creating educational content to explain our practice to our users. You really should see us trying to sum up long guidelines into really short videos and discussing how to make these videos affordable for your time, and even racking our brains trying to decide what is the most appealing spot on the website for you to want to click on those videos. And to end this short presentation, I would just like to thank all of you for being here and for participating and attending these events organized by the EUIPO, because it gives us the chance to see and meet the real people behind the designs. You know, watching the acceptance speeches of the DesignEuropa Awards and listening to all your stories today is really moving for me, because it makes me see that my job can be more than just about processing applications, that it can have a positive impact on real people. And that is exactly what we are striving for. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm on. You on?
Am I on? I am on.
Now you're on.
Thank you very much, Mar, and thanks for that internal view that she shared with us. The first thing I want to say is that I'm so proud of all of you. Really, I'm very proud. I mean, it's almost 4:30. You're still awake. You're still here. That's great. It's fantastic. So what I will propose right now is that we have a very quick coffee just to keep the energy up, because the last part of today's event is going to be very, very special.
Fair.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes coffee break, and we see each other right back here at 4:45 for the last part of today's session. Thank you very much.
Muy bien.
Shall we?
We shall.
Shall we?
Shall
Shall
we?
we?
We
Not
shall?
yet.
We
We shall?
shall?
Shall
Yes,
we? Yes,
we
let's.
shall.
Let's
Yes.
go.
All right. Welcome back. You made it in 20 minutes. That's beautiful instead of 15. Hey, it's all right, okay? It's all right. I hope you enjoyed the coffee, you got enough energy, and enthusiasm is still high, and that you had a good chance to network, because that is really one of the reasons why we're here, aren't we?
Yes, that also because, as well as if you don't have energy and motivation, you at least have caffeine and sugar. So, you know, it's as good as.
It is.
Especially now when we approach our last session of the day. Now it's the last one, but it is a very special panel indeed. We have 4 extraordinary companies from different sectors, each with their own excellent design. This session is going to give us the chance to hear the success stories of the previous winners and finalists of the DesignEuropa Awards. Their designs were all brought to the marketplace with the power and protection of the registered community design, or
RCD, as we call
as
it in
we know it.
Yes. So let's give a warm welcome again to Ms. Päivi Takokallio, CEO of Takokallio Design Plus, Chair of the DesignEuropa Awards jury, and she will introduce the speakers. Päivi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Helen. So good to see you again. And this is the last session of the day, so thank you for staying with us. And what I'm sure about is that the 3 guests I'm going to invite on the stage will be worth your time. So very good to see you all here. As already said, we will talk about design-driven businesses, and all of the, no, actually not all of them. The two of them are coming from the previous edition of DesignEuropa Awards. They are part of the success stories, and then the great success story, the third one, is about a jury member, but also a long story, successful story in how design can be used in adding value to the business. So let's start with Marco. And Marco Bozzola, come to the stage, please. Marco is the owner and designer of Relio, a professional lamp ecosystem he has created, and Marco and his company is based in Italy. You might tell us about the sort of the change of location you've just recently made, if you wish, and he will also introduce himself more elaborately if he wants to before he starts his presentation. But for the time being, take a seat, and very good to see you here. The last time we met was, and actually the first time we met in person, was in Eindhoven about a year ago when the Design Awards ceremony took place. And the second person I have the pleasure to invite to the stage is Caroline Kunert, who has studied industrial design at Munich University of Applied Sciences, studying at the University of Southern Denmark, so my Nordic countries as well. And she will certainly talk about her ambitions as a designer when creating one of the finalist cases in the previous edition of DesignEuropa Awards, the Knister Grill, which has a story going back to 2017. Marco, when did you start with your process with Relio and the designs related? What year was it?
Well, it was a long time ago. It was 2014 for the very first iteration.
14?
Yes.
Okay. Not that long ago, but still, you know, it depends on how you sort of relate.
Everything is relative.
But 2014 and 2017, so relatively new businesses. And then the last person I'm inviting to the stage is Franco Caimi.
Thank you.
Applause to Franco. Caimi Brevetti is a company that goes back to 1949.
Yes, that's right.
So the aftermaths of the Second World War already. And it's a company I think from the very early days, you have successfully and extensively used design to add value to your products. I'm sure we will hear more about this, and have a seat, Franco, you too. And this is actually the order of the presentations. We will have 3 presentations. I have given them 10 minutes, but if we can squeeze it a bit, I'm very happy. But in between the presentations, we have 1 or 2 very quick questions, because what I hope to do is to leave as much time as possible to the dialogue after the presentation, so we can start connecting the dots between the 3 of them, and also hopefully connecting dots with the previous panel discussions. So keep everything you have heard today in your mind, and also remember that at any point you can raise your hand to comment and ask a question. So the same drill as earlier today. And now what I see, just for the staff, I see that the clock is not ticking, so I still have 1 hour to go. So this is very generous, so thank you. So maybe someone would, if that doesn't sort of start ticking, maybe Julio, maybe someone else, give me a nod when we have used 30 minutes. Then I will know that we have a maximum another 30 minutes to go. Okay, so let's get to the business. We will have the presentations from the 3 great masters first, and they will talk about what I have asked them to talk about is their own businesses, the way they use design, what is the value of design in their own businesses, sharing the picture, the big ambitions as well, and to go into more understandable case studies. I've asked them to pick one of their favorite case studies they have been doing in their business. I know that Franco will have loads of case studies to pick from, but only 1, we have agreed. And then Marco will start, and then Caroline, and then Franco. So the floor is yours, Marco. Maximum 10 minutes. And I will keep my eye on my iPhone.
Thank you, Päivi, for introducing me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll start by saying something that may seem surprising. I'm not a designer at all. I am an inventor. I engineer and build new products, and I strive to put inside my product novel solutions to known problems. My flagship product is called Relio, and it's a small scientific illuminator. It's basically a lamp, but it's a lamp that is able to emit a very peculiar kind of light, which is very similar to sunlight. In the years, and as you may have heard, I've started working on Relio a long time ago, just to say that it takes time and a lot of patience to see something flourish. And in the years, while my customer base has grown, I've been lucky to work and to supply customers, professionals from very different kind of fields. Now, Relio is used by many art restorers, many artists. For example, you see this is violin making, are used by universities during scientific, archaeological research, and are used by museums. You are actually looking in the background at an original drawing, hand drawing by Leonardo da Vinci, and it's being lit by my lights. I'm very proud of this. Now, news of the year, I've started working with the Vatican museums, and they are using my lights to illuminate paintings before and after restoration to check on the quality of the process. Enough. Why are we talking about a professional product and associating it with product design. You see, I basically sell light. How can you see the quality of this light if you are behind the computer from the other part of the world? I believe that a design which is well made is able to communicate with a blink of an eye the core values of your company, and so also maybe give a hint of the technical care that you put in the product. This is, how to say, when you manage to come out with a good design, you are able to create a bond of trust between the product and the prospective customer. So basically, the product is selling by himself. And this is like a double-sided, double-edged sword, because when you're actually selling good products, this is of help. But this can also be exploited and misused, because when a design which is validated as selling itself just by looking at it, it can be exploited and used by other companies that can place on the market bad quality products. In the world we are living today, we cannot afford, with the limited resources and energy that we have, we cannot afford to pollute the world with, how to say, under-delivering products. So when we are talking at design registration area, here it's just to say that when a design is well made, you are able to pre-sell it, even while it does not yet exist. And this is the case of Railio. I sold 1,000 units well before having the final product ready. This is the power of a good design. Why protecting a good design? I think it's not just a matter of taming the competition, so retaining a marketing advantage on your competitors. We can look it from another point of view, from the customer's point of view. We are talking about design as a pure form of satisfying an expectation that grows in the mind of a prospective customer. If we fail to deliver a product which is good looking, but then under-delivering, we are hurting the concept of design itself. So it's not, when you register a design, it's not just for yourself, but by looking at the other side, you are helping preserving the essence of the word design. That's it.
Thank you, Marco. Now it's your opportunity to ask a question or to comment, react to what Marco has just said about his product, his way of approaching design as well. Any comments, any of you or in the audience? Yes. Can you give the microphone to Luisa?
Which is the particularity of the light that you prepare for this product? What is the difference between the normal, traditional, technical light that you have on the market?
Okay, I'll explain in a way which is not simpler, but I'll use a metaphor. When you look at colors, you're actually seeing the color that has been reflected by the object. You need your source light to contain the color you want to look at. And the technical innovation, I won't call innovation, because it's just a very careful cherry picking of of bleeding edge technologies that nowadays we have. Of course, while working with bleeding edge, you have to raise the price because the raw material you're using costs more than what the market sets as a standard. So the role of design is making understand that there is an effort in choosing what your product will be going to do. And this has a value, of course, and it helps prospective customers understand or at least approach your product with more confidence that it's fairly priced and that you're acting out of a clear mindset.
Thank you. Thank you, Luisa. Thank you, Marco. Other questions? We could take one or two. You were very good not to do it in 10 minutes, but more than in 5 minutes, so we've got more time for the audience. I don't see any hands up at the moment, but what I would like to ask you here is something you told me when we had a brief discussion earlier today. And of course you mentioned to the audience here as well that you are not a designer by training yourself. Yet, in many ways, when I listened to you, and this also happened a year ago at the award ceremony as well in the Netherlands, your approach to design seems to be, in many ways, surprisingly mature, if I may put it so sort of badly. But what we were discussing earlier today, and you were telling me about your background as a security expert, and the way you operate in that realm, how you sort of break things in that realm, you have to break things down to very small modules. So could you share that with the audience? Because I thought that was quite interesting in relation to how you create your products.
Okay, as Päivi has said, I have a background in computer security, and one of the most important things that they teach you is to reverse engineer anything you look at. Because when you are dealing with cybersecurity, you are trying to prevent an attack you don't know how, when will come. And you are working against people that try to anticipate you and attack you on the things that you don't know. By taking this pattern in and bringing it from software to hardware design, I think it helps you a lot to work with concepts you still don't know about. And one of the software design principles that make them strong, modular, and adaptable, which is one of the requirements when you are dealing with an evolving cyber attack, is that you break it into small atomic modules up until you are able to understand them, even if you don't understand the big picture. So you act like a juggler, where you have these small modules you are very confident to work with, and recombine them to create new functionalities while you are getting better at understanding the customer desire. Indeed, my product is extremely modular, and it's a choice I've made out of a lack of knowledge about what I was doing. So my approach was, I don't really know what I'm doing, so let's keep it modular, so that while I will know my customer base better, I can reshape it and make it suitable for professional uses. And you see that despite being a product made for no one, now it has a lot of variations, and a lot of professional institutions are recognizing it as a professional dedicated instrument, because I was able to readapt it mid-course. I think this is a bit like reasoning with the dialectics. You break down concepts up until you are able to understand something, and then you go backwards to form new ideas out of what you really understand.
Right. Thank you, Marco. Now I think we will move to Caroline, your presentation. So the floor is yours.
Yes,
for the next minutes.
Great. So yeah, welcome everybody. My name is Caroline. I'm the founder of Knister Grill. We are a young urban startup from Munich, Germany-based, and we have the goal to produce the best portable grills and outdoor equipment on the market, with the goal to have everything locally produced, 100% made in Germany, 100% recyclable, just to not throw another stupid product on the market. Just the goal is to bring really good, long-lasting products in the outdoor and barbecue segment. And this is how it looks like. So the idea of the grill is that you can carry it like a basket. You can put all the stuff you need, your meat, whatever, your sausages, your ketchup. You can put everything inside, carry it like that. When you arrive at your grill location, you can flip around the legs and extend it to the double size. So on the third picture, it's like this. It's like 60 centimeters. So pretty cool grill size, actually, especially for families or for larger friends groups. Right now we have the gas version also on the market. It's right now the best-selling product in our portfolio. This is the one on the picture. And we're not just bringing a product to the market. We're thinking about, okay, we want to put that product into various use cases. To have one product for different scenarios, not to avoid that you have to buy 3 products. You have to buy one product for all the use cases. This is a really successful one for us right now. It's you can use our grill in the city on the balcony. There's a balcony attachment you can put to every rail. Super cool for small apartments. You can use it for biking. This was the initial idea, actually. You can we have a patented bike attachment. So if you don't have a garden, if you don't have a balcony, you can carry it easily by bike. And the third one is camping. So these 3 main use cases is where we're selling our product. Going quickly back to the bike feature, and to bring you to the point of the role of design in our company, this, the bike feature, was the thing I pitched in 2017 in a design, it was a kind of a startup competition in Denmark. I studied design also in Denmark, and by accident I went to this startup competition. It was pure an accident, because my flatmate from my dormitory took me to that event. It's like, okay, you have to pitch there. It's like, what? I'm not a business girl, I'm like a designer. I pitched that idea with the grill. I wanted to make a grill you can put to your bike, and it was the big innovation in the beginning. And this is how I also won the startup competition back, November 2017 in Denmark. And I won that small competition, and I started out of that, a Kickstarter campaign, and everything started with that feature. And I built the whole company around that feature. We were the barbecue, bike. So it was like a bike barbecue, what we did. And then in 2020, Corona hit. The COVID crisis started, and in March, this is when the main season of our product, normally rises, summer is starting, everything was shut down. Our product was not allowed to use anymore. You weren't allowed to meet friends. You weren't allowed to go out of home. It's just not allowed. And in March, our warehouses, we have thousands of pieces in our warehouses standing around, and what should I sell? You can't use my product anymore. The whole bike stuff was stupid. It's not allowed to meet your friends. So the product was nonsense at this point. And luckily, we were pretty fast in developing, and this is a huge design skill I think I brought into the team. Within 2 weeks, we redeveloped the whole use case of the product and made the balcony attachment. So before that, it just did not happen, it didn't appear, it didn't exist. But it was seriously 3 weeks, or 2 or 3 weeks, we developed the balcony attachment to continue selling our product. If we would have not been able to do such a quick design process, we would have been 4 weeks later bankrupt, 100%. Because you can't buy our products, or the retail stores were closed, and retailers are our most important sales channel. And and this is the value of design we brought in, flexibility, speed. Good design is good flexibility and high speed. And this is what really saved our ass, actually. Going back to the camping topic, it makes me feel about why do we actually do this? The invention of cooking meat on fire is 1.5 million years old. This is stupid. Why do we actually build a product? We are building a product where you can prepare meat over a flame. You have microwaves, you have induction ovens, and we have like highly technical kitchens at home. Why do we provide a product where you can cook something on fire? This is so old school. Come on, why are we doing that? You know? And this like brings me to the point that we're never selling products. Like with the grill, we are selling the desire of an like old-fashioned, slow way for a few hours. You can escape the complicated digital world and to go out to nature. You know, this is a feeling what we're in the end selling. And in my opinion, it's more complex and more digital the world gets, it's more the people want to go out and feel the original experience. And this is why people cook on fire still. And this is why our product is so successful until now. But in the end, we're never just, if I'm just selling products, it would never work out. We are always, this is what the picture is showing, we are selling the feeling, we are selling the emotion. And this is the power of good design. And you should never forget that. I mean, we're all product designers, and we love good products, but products will never succeed unless you sell good feelings, unless you sell good emotions. And this is also, this is our job in the end. And you should never forget about that power, to be able to sell emotions. This is also a pretty cool thing, what I'm really proud of. We produce everything still 100% in Germany. And this is a product portfolio right now. This also brings me to the third, I would say, importance of design. In 2021, another huge crisis, maybe most of you know it. It's like material, it's like not existing anymore. Ukraine actually came after that, but there was a huge lack of material in May. It started in April 2021. And back in these days, we just had the 3 black models. So like the 3 on the left one. Before that, we didn't have the stainless steel version. But in May, all our suppliers, and we have a bunch of suppliers, said there's no steel. It's just not existing. You can't get it anymore. And that's why we had to okay, we need steel to build this product. And also a huge feature of our, like a skill set of our speedy, I would say, innovation process is to make the whole product out of stainless steel. You think it's just a color change, but it's a huge change in the whole supply chain. It's a huge change about the knowledge of the material, what stainless steel is the difference to normal steel. And another huge design feature is to sell the same product with a different color to double its price within 2 weeks. We would have, it was May 2021, and we had nothing to sell, because steel was not existing anymore. And we had to just get our ass off and trying to sell a product which is now double as expensive as the normal one in a different color, and everyone was kind of, surprised. But it worked out in the end, actually. So last one, design is also business, 100%. I would not call myself, even if I'm like 100% industrial designer, I would not call myself like a pure designer anymore. I'm 100% businesswoman. But design and like the combination of design and business, and you should never forget about this combination. It's bringing good products to the market and bringing a lot of value to it. Right now we have 12, 12 accessories. We also wrote a book actually, so that's like the first time we're stopped doing physical products and doing books. Okay, it's still physical, but anyway. So it's available on Amazon and all the bookstores in Germany actually. So this is the last one. We got a bunch of awards, but it should not be like an advertisement for myself. It should be to tell all the young designers here, design is business, design is PR. You should promote your products, and if you manage to combine all the disciplines from supply chain, marketing, sales, bring this all to one table, your product or your idea, it doesn't need to be a product, will be successful. If you leak one out of them, it's going to be hard. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. You certainly fired away. So,
what's that?
Comments, questions? Not quite yet. Okay. What I would like to ask is, it's already an impressive list of recognitions and awards, it seems, with your grill.
what has been the meaning and the impact of the recognitions from different design competitions, also DesignEuropa finalists, etc.? What do they mean to you?
Yeah, it's definitely really nice to have them. And as Marcus also said earlier, you have like every day is when you run a company, like it's like a roller coaster. Like the peaks and the successes got really high, but the fails are like, as I told you, we went bankrupt nearly 2 times because of external crises. And you know, it's like ups and downs all the times. But like winning an award like that it really gives you good energy. And you know, it's like someone is saying that what you're doing is pretty good. And it's not a customer who's saying that, it's like a professional jury who's like honoring you with that. So it's for the first of all, it's definitely it's a really good feeling, and it kind of pushes you through all these crises. But on the other hand, it's also, as I said, it's marketing, it's PR. It's like getting this unknown brand, someone is putting a seal or a label on it and say this is good. You know, and this definitely helps also when we are talking to retailers, when we're talking to customers. This is definitely every award is putting us a level higher.
Yeah, thank you. Robin, will you give Robin the microphone? He has a comment or a question.
Short question about the PR and the excuse me, and the marketing. I'm assuming you have some kind of packaging when you ship them out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Do you, on the packaging, display all the awards?
Yeah, not all of them, but yes. Yeah.
Sorry for the one that didn't get displayed, but thank you.
No, I'm not 100% sure if I don't remember which one is on the packaging, to be fair, but yes, they are.
Any comments, reactions, more? Franco?
It's my time.
Yes. Okay. So we will have the third presentation. Franco, and as said, you have a vast experience in the business already, so we are very much looking forward to hearing your story.
Okay. First of all, I do apologize because my English is not very good, so I hope that you will understand. I would like to talk to you about this project. This project is an acoustic panel. It has been designed by a young Danish designer, Felice Arvid. She's 28. During the history of our company, I had the possibility to work with a lot of designers, very famous, but also young designers. And we met with this young lady during Salone Satellite. Salone Satellite is a small exhibition dedicated to young designers that is taking place during Salone Mobile in Milano. We met Felicia. She was only 25 years old. Still studying at the university. We saw a prototype and we told to Felicia, this is a good idea. We would like to do something with you. And we started to work on this acoustic panel. We applied our technologies on this panel and we developed this acoustic panel. But it's not the history of the product that is interesting, I think, from my point of view. In this picture, you can see 2 persons. One is Felicia and the other one is my father. He's 96 years old. My father doesn't speak English, doesn't speak Danish. Felicia doesn't speak Italian. And you will tell me, but how they can communicate each other? They doesn't speak the same language. They are part of 2 completely different eras. They have 68 years of difference of age. So this is quite illogical. And they communicate only with one thing, with design. They communicate through design. I think that what EUIPO is doing, what the people working in this building are doing is very important, not only because they're protecting and promoting the design, but because they're protecting and promoting a communication system. A communication system that doesn't need any translation, that doesn't need any vocabulary, that never build any walls, only bridges, and that can connect people and minds living all over the world. So I think that this is the main secret of design. And story like this can explain why design is so important. I am the last one talking, so give me the possibility to give a little bit romantic. I'm also The world is full of objects. Full with millions of items. We have seen there are 1.5 million design deposited only in EUIPO. But I think that design, what was correctly telling, a design product needs to evoke an emotion. A design product that is not evoking an emotion, I think that is not a design product. Doesn't mean if it is an engine. We have seen in the previous presentation an engine. I'm passionate of engines, and honestly, when I saw the engine, I saw, wow, it's well made. The design of that product is a good design. So it doesn't mean what is the origin of the product, what is the kind of a product, but design, I think that has to evoke an emotion, because this is the secret of design, because it gives us the possibility to say, okay, this is a nice product. I agree, this chair is not very comfortable, but I like it. Probably if it was comfortable, it was not here. But it is nice, and now this chair is here. And just to finish my presentation, because I don't want to boring you, I think that there is another important issue. Today we have discussed about sustainability. Sustainability, I think, for design is very important. I think that is crucial. But I think that design will have in future another challenge. But I think that is even more important than sustainability. I agree with you, Robin, world will survive to us. We have to take care about the world because it's the only home that we have. So you are definitely right. But I think that another important point is the social sustainability of design. If a product is made with recycled material, is 100% recyclable, and we deliver the product with an electric cars, but the product is made in Asia with the labor of young children, is it sustainable or not? I don't think that it is sustainable. So I think that the next challenge for design will be to work also on this point that will be crucial for our future, and I think also for the future of design. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any reactions to Franco's presentation? I think very...
My English is ugly, but I can reply. Or almost I will try.
It's totally perfect. Any comments from Caroline or Marco to Franco?
Yes. I think you are totally right with the concept of the issue with greenwashing in products, or even by making them actually green in the material, is that you don't consider the whole process of generating a final design and the final product, which is mass manufactured. And we are now used, unfortunately, to products that last just a few years at best. And this is a huge concern, because what we recycle here maybe ends up in a landfill on the other side of the world. So I don't see much focus on durability in products, even if a product now is required to use non-renewables materials, but has a shelf life. And I don't want to talk about my product. I implemented this in some ways, and it was not my main goal. But modularity, for example, is a way of extending the lifetime of a product. Repurposability is the accurate and careful choice of materials without looking at the carbon footprint of the manufacturing phase, but the carbon footprint of the whole lifetime of a product. The fact is that maybe we should have a label on a product which states the average or the projected lifetime. We have for the internal components, for example, every internal electronic component of electronic products has an index called MTBF, mean time between failures. And manufacturers are required to test and state a mean time duration because you are required to give your final customer an estimate on how much the internal electronics will last. I don't see this in a final product, but we see product maybe that are manufactured with incredible electronics, and then the button fails, and you throw up everything. So maybe we should go into a direction that takes into account the entire lifetime of a product, and of course, with the help of regulations, we could force, or at least suggest, manufacturers to state an average lifetime. We see, for example, in LED lamps, they state an average lifetime, but I don't see in mobile phones and computers. I don't see on furniture, on anything besides a few products that fail very often. This could be an idea.
I think it's also a matter of knowledge to, because like when I came out of my industrial design studies, I had no idea about the supply chain issues, or, it was like just not part of it. And how can we, make better products and more sustainable products when you don't understand the impact of transport, when you don't understand the impact of recycled material in your packages. You're like, normally you don't worry about these things, you just focus on the product, and even if it's we're just talking about hardware right now, but I think it's a lack of education and a lack of seeing the big picture, and all the universities, all the design universities, in general all the universities, I would say, should collaborate more with like interdisciplinary to understand the big picture and to make more sustainable products. I just deep dive into all these topics when I like first thought about, okay, I need a package for my product, and like just to think first for the first time I thought about, okay, like how should I do that? When I worked in the design agency before that, I made like routers for telecom, and of course I didn't thought about the packaging. I just built a router which is produced 2 million times, but out of plastic, and no one cared, but because I didn't understand the whole picture, because I was just so focused on just the hard skills of designing.
I have a question to you, Caroline. How much do you see what you just described, sort of the lack of knowledge? How much would that be, in your mind, the responsibility of education of designers? And then I would have a question to perhaps to Isabel, related to Pact of Skills and the reskilling, upskilling schemes in Europe. Is there any discussion on this topic Caroline is talking about in the sort of a European level discussions on reskilling and upskilling? So where does the responsibility lie? Whose responsibility it is to know and have the knowledge?
Well, not sure. I think it's more people understand the big picture as better it gets, but the designers have a huge impact and responsibility without even knowing that they have it. So as more they know, they can hiddenly, behind the scene of a CEO or whatever, develop the product in a more sustainable way without the company actually didn't like. It was not the focus of the company who was building that product. But when the designer knows more about logistics, production, supply chain, they can automatically make better products. So definitely would be an advantage. Because we're also really good in selling. Designers are good marketers, good sellers. No, they should be. And they have the chance to sell a better, more sustainable product without even, waving the green flag.
Right. Isabel, would you have some thoughts on the Pact of Skills? And then I would like to ask Franco, because again, you have been in the business for a long time. What are you thinking of this discussion and thoughts from your perspective? But let's give the floor to Isabel first.
Thank you, Päivi. This gives me the opportunity to continue what I have started this morning, discussing about the path for skill for CCI, because we have just, as I say, started to build the partnership. We have done this since 1 year. It's a co-creation process. We had a meeting this week, And now the topic is to create working group and to decide how and on which topic especially it's the more urgent to work all together. So it's the good time to propose this type of topic for all of you. If the EUIPO allow us to share this pack for skill for CCI to all of you, so if you would like to join, and then to propose some topic, because it's the right moment. And this also, as I have the micro, when you talk about that you are not a designer and what is your background, I would like to come back to the first round table and ask you the same question that Carrie asked us, design education necessity or desire. What is your desire on this topic?
A good question. So, are you, Isabel, are you asking all three of them? Yes, okay. So, Marco, maybe you can respond to Isabel's question first, and then Caroline, and then Franco, and you will have a lot to say on other things as well, I'm sure.
Well, by saying I'm not a designer, I meant that it was like challenging the very concept of design. Because a design always grows out of a necessity. If you don't have a necessity, so don't do a design, because it will be empty. So I think that it's not an easy question. Well, and I still feel not the right person to answer this, because I reason from the other side, more from the customer side than from the designer side. I think that it's an evolving process. So you have really to listen what is happening while you are doing design to decide in which direction you want to go.
I think your approach, again, I've probably said this before already, but your approach is to design is very responsible.
Yeah, but it's made because I pay respect to the people I could harm by making a bad design, since I know my limitations. So it's an approach that is continuously evolving. So actually, I don't have an answer, because I try to reduce the damage while I do my design, and I better understand what I'm doing. So I don't really have a direction. I act instinctively, but with great care of not doing too much too early.
Thank you. A lot of respect there. Caroline, your point of view, the desire related to the question of education and skills, your desire.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. So I guess like the interdisciplinary connection, I would say, is definitely a big part. Also, when I remember my studies, the reason why I left Munich is that I didn't have any engineering or economic courses at all. So I really had a huge lack of knowledge. I went to Denmark to learn that, not for design actually. So I had all the economy stuff in Denmark in the university. So just to get more interdisciplinary knowledge from other departments. Definitely giving tools kind of to analyze your process, I would say, or when it comes to sustainability, for example, we can't really value how sustainable a product is. We can't value how sustainable a supply chain is. So what is the value of a short transportation way? We have short transportation way, but the energy consumption of steel production is crazy hard. It's crazy big. So there's no tools to or it's difficult to find these tools to analyze how sustainable your product, for example, is. So that would be also I wish I would have. to learn.
Thank you, Caroline.
Not sure if that's the answer to the question.
Franco, now it's finally your turn to answer the question Isabel put on your desire in relation to education and skills, but also to react to the entrepreneurs who have been there a bit shorter time than you yourself have.
I spent a lot of time teaching in universities because it's something that me and my brothers, that are my shareholders, have decided to do. Because we think that to spend time in universities, but not only universities, also other kind of school is very important, but for two reasons. The first one is that we can teach something. The second one is that we can learn a lot. Because we can learn from young boys, from young students, because they have a different view of the world. And I think that this is really, really important. To stay with young people is giving the energy, but is giving also the ideas to go on. I always say to the people working in our design department, we have to look the world with the eyes of a child. If we're able to look the world with the eyes of a child, we'll see a different world. When I go to work every morning, I have a lot of headaches, like all the people thinking about many things that are doing wrong in the company, that we have to improve, we have to do better. But when I go down in the technical department, I feel happy, because I can see the world with the eyes of a child. And I think that this is the secret of design, to do something that is really new. Concerning you, I think that you are the demonstration that design can really help young people to do something in their life. You started from zero. I really appreciate what you did. It's really amazing. You are much better than me, because I am the second generation in my company. I'm not the first one. You are the first one. It's a huge difference. I have the responsibility to bring on a company, but it's a different story to set up a company, especially in this period. It is much more complicated. So I think that what we are doing is really great, and this is the demonstration that design is giving an opportunity to people to do something good in their life.
Thank you, Franco. What I would like to say towards the end of our discussion here is that what I have learned during this panel discussion, I learned a lot through the day as well, but during this panel discussion, what I think is important to take away is the way you respect design. You say that you are not a design professional yourself. I think that's debatable. Maybe not through training, but through your actions, certainly. And the respect you have for design, I think that is something for us, all of us, to learn about. And from you, Caroline, I think what is remarkable is also the thinking related to sustainability is a big word, circular design is a big word, but I think you are part of the generation who, even if you are not always happy with the education you have received, but you recognize the need to learn and to get the knowledge. And of course, Franco's extensive collaboration with all the design professionals you have found. I think what is amazing that you have been always able to recognize the talents, because that's a skill, if anything. But what I want to leave the whole event with actually is a question to EUIPO based on the discussion we've had here and earlier the day related to climate change mitigation, related to sustainability. What will be, and I have no way of answering that, it's a question to all of us, what will be the way climate change mitigation and solutions related to circular economy and circular design, what will be the impact it could have on IPR? What could be the relationship? sort of the extended relationship between sustainability and IPR? Will there come a future where we will see interpretations of IPR having strong elements from sustainability? That would be my question. So maybe this will be the reason to come again together. So I will thank Franco. I will thank Caroline and you, Marco. It has been a great honor and pleasure to be on the stage with you. And thank you again to the audience. And I'm sure the final words are with the organizer. Thank you very much.
No? Now? Yes. Now. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Päivi. Thank you, speakers, for the very interesting contribution and very interesting question that I think we will have to make sure we answer sooner rather than later. We are really looking forward here to seeing your companies, to seeing all of the different designers and companies that we've seen today growing and reaching new levels of success.
Absolutely. All across the EU, we've seen the power of design and innovation. Our winners and finalists of the DesignEuropa Awards are proof of the fact that design does make a difference.
It really does. And to end, we have a very important reminder to make here. It's the application period, as mentioned by our Executive Director at the beginning. The application period for the DesignEuropa Awards 2023 is now open, and we would like to invite you all to submit your applications.
And remember that all application must be registered community designs, or
RCDs.
Exactly, that's how we call them here in-house. The intellectual property right that is made for business.
It is indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, all that remains now is for me to thank you in the name of the EUIPO for attending here today, this first edition of DesignEuropa Talks, for being with us today, for being with us to the end, and we hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. I mean, I did.
I did, yeah.
I did.
Well,
sort of.
No, I did. Really did. And also, of course, a very big thank you to our moderators, to our speakers, to all the guests, to our online followers also, and to all of those of you who've traveled long distances to be with us here today. And a very, very special thank you to the team that made it all possible. And we look forward to see you next year in 2023 at the DesignEuropa Awards in Germany. Would you like to know more? Well, stay tuned for updates and the announcement of the host city. So until then, ladies and gentlemen, and thanking you again from both of us, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Vámonos.